strong enough, but I ain't never giving up. Gonna leave this future behind me. Na 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 na. I'll keep going, nothing can stop me. Na 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 na.
Well, welcome everyone to this Friday live stream where AMC finally broke below $1. Now, technically, technically below 10 cents if you consider the reverse split that happened and everything like that. Surprisingly enough, though, there are still people trying to act and pretend. Let me turn this down a little bit. Like this is somehow a good thing. People aren't supporting their investment with popcorn purchases like they need to. I know, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would also have, like, is normal tradition, usually when I'm talking about AMC, and have a tub of AMC popcorn because that shit's delicious. But I had a pretty big dinner, so not gonna do that. What we will kick things off with, kind of give me a little bullshitting I can do in between, is talk about, we haven't talked about everyone's favorite bigoted Christian nationalist, Chris Soika, in a very long time on this channel, mainly because he's kind of ghosted us. And you know, for most of us, we were happy with that, but he kind of made a return today. I've skipped ahead a little bit because well, actually, before we get to him, let's do a round tour here. All right. So let's take a look at some of the grifters that have been gracing our presence with the grift. I'm going to take the chat down here. So first we have Thomas James, who didn't mention a single fucking thing about it. It's kind of hilarious how he's trying to pretend like he is some legitimate stock market person now. Look at all these tickers here. You know, Netflix, Microsoft, Palantir, AMD, Nvidia, you know, Tesla. There's everyone's favorite baggy hate, Robinhood. Yet this is still what his YouTube channel looks like, just in case y'all were in any way confused about the grift Thomas James is trying to run. Then again, he does like maybe a video a month now, and most of it is about trying to promote his, you know, shitty Discord indicator and all this other crap. But yeah, so like most of these meme stock grifters, they've tried to go legit. Soika is Kais with a head injury. I wouldn't go that far. Like, Soika is just, if I had to put Soika is the AMC version of Michael. I think Michael is the better comparison there, though. They are both far right, uber crazy fucking QAnon morons. Like, Chris Soika is an Andrew Tate fanboy. Is even got one up on Michael because he's a kind of a Christian nationalist nut job where he hates the Jews and the Muslims equally because, you know, why have one bigotry when you can have multiple bigotries? Um, but you know, that I think Michael is the better comparison to Chris there. So um, then of course we've got Travis, who also was pretty absent about talking about AMC. Funny enough, he spent more time talking about gold and silver today, which is kind of how Soika's space started out. Then of course we got fucking Boss Blunts. Of course, he was actually talking about it, still trying to be all bullish and everything like that. Are you fucking serious? I think a lot of people are missing Adam Aaron's exact point in the last post. He's not deflecting blame. He's literally spelling out the whole market is getting hammered by macro forces. I mean, that's kind of horseshit. It really depends what part of the market you're in, to be completely frank and honest. Um, and even still, like you saw the chart, are we saying these macro forces have been hammering AMC since 2023? Like, what's the fucking it is literally an excuse. Um, the fuck is this? I have no idea what that's all about. But anyway, so that's Boss Blunts. Actually, let's see how AMC Bickham's is doing. How is he doing right now? Oh, I'm going to talk about super microcomputer, of course. I suppose that is the big news from today. And then, yeah, literally nothing about AMC because, of course, not. Most of these grifters being giant cowards. Donahue, of course, is talking about the fucking dark pools.
This is not financial advice, not legal
In
advice.
fact, I think I've got that pulled up. Actually, no, I don't. So let's pop this out, and we'll come on. I believe in you.
Not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in
Yes,
these videos.
please do not make any financial decisions based on what this idiot says. Oh my goodness. I too like getting my financial advice from a disbarred lawyer.
Check you're still subscribed to the channel. Double check your notification on, and if you hit that like button, double check it's working properly, because you know these bad actors are working overtime to suppress the channel.
Bad actors. Oh yeah.
They're terrified of more people becoming aware of all the fraud and corruption in the United States stock market. Guys, listen. Every single day, we get overwhelming evidence of fraud and corruption in the AMC play. Yesterday, they sent 72.81% of AMC volume into the dark pools. Okay, and that is why it went to all-time.
Okay, you do realize the reason why the vast majority of meme stocks like AMC go through the dark pools is A, partly because of after hours trading, B, broker to broker transfers, which is during market hours. Like there's no need to use the, lit exchange to go to, the actual NASDAQ when you can just get the shares from your own inventory. If a Fidelity customer is selling AMC and I'm buying AMC, why would you need to go anywhere else? But, big misunderstanding about how markets work, as usual with the apes.
Time lows, because they're taking all the buy orders, they push them into the dark pools in order to manipulate the price.
You do realize, sir, that in order for there to be a buyer, there has to be a seller. So, like, what's your point that they're moving all the buy orders to the dark pools? It's like it's a meaningless statement.
And keep XRP down every single day.
What does fucking XRP have to do with AMC? I'm so confused and lost.
They have to create new counterfeit shares to cover the old counterfeit shares to keep their Ponzi scheme going. But what's worse is they don't do it in the dark. They don't do it, in a way that nobody can see what they're doing. They do it in
It's almost like even in the dark pools, trades are visible in print to the tape. It's almost like there is a method to the madness. It's almost like there are regulations already in place for the type of stuff that you're complaining about that doesn't really actually exist. I just
broad daylight,
he's so
which means
close to
the
finding out the
SEC,
actual
the
truth.
DOJ, the
AMC cheerleader says it's only a matter of time. Rocket emoji.
FBI knows exactly what they're doing. And they do absolutely nothing about it because they are not concerned about fraud and corruption in the market if the victims are retail investors, pension funds, and institutions that follow the
Do
rules.
I need to get
They
back
would not
the?
allow.
Okay, we're gonna need to. We need to bring something back real quick here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna. Here's the text. Sorry, if Donna Hugh George is here, we gotta do something real quick here. So let's go. We've gotta get this all fixed here. Why does it make it so big? Can we do like 100 size font? There we go. There we go. Perfect. Well, it was perfect. What's a color that we can do here? Where's the colors? I know there's a way to change the colors on here. Font. Yep. Filler, italics, bold. Yep. Oh, here we go. Font color. Let's do. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. But right there for now. There. Now we got the perfect thing for Donahue George right there. Beautiful.
This type of trading activity in Netflix, Google, Meta, in stocks that the one percenters were long in. And the thing is this, we've been
What does that have to do with literally anything? Let's be honest here. You're mad because you bought into an insolvent shitco that is leveraged to the tits and doesn't have the revenue to cover its expenses. Like, that's the problem. Netflix is a profitable company. Google's a profitable company. Like, all the names that you just listed off that you're saying are being manipulated because the institutions haven't, they're all profitable companies. Like, that's the real connection line here. AMC is not a profitable company. They're over leveraged. They are functionally insolvent. That's what's up with AMC's price.
complaining about this for 5 years and they do absolutely nothing about it.
Because
They
there's nothing
practice
to do.
willful
You're just a
blindness.
clown.
They act like they don't see the fraud and corruption when anybody who's paying attention can see it.
Says
And
the
that is
disbarred
why
lawyer.
we need to take these bad actors into the civil courtroom because we can't rely on the SEC.
That has worked so well for you and your clown friends. Worked so well. You've only turned your 100% loss into an 100% plus loss by adding more losses.
Can't rely on the DOJ. We can't rely on the FBI. They work to protect the one percenters. They don't work to protect retail investors. They don't work to protect the market. They work to protect the status quo, and we see it every single day. And when you see 72% into the dog pools, that is probably a majority of the buy orders. And not only that, they hold the sell orders. They hold them.
It's also the majority of the sell orders. Like, for there to be a buyer, there has to be a seller. Like, what is so hard to understand about this? Why do clowns keep tripping up on this? Oh, they manipulate the buy orders. Well, that means by default they're manipulating the sell orders. Like, what the fuck? These fucking Christ, these people are completely bonkers. Yep. Yeah. Reality is an illusion to them. Like, they live in their own fantasy land. That's why I call them LARPers. They have constructed their own fantasy land about where they're the lawful good heroes trying to enforce the law. They and all the things they do are about as effective as someone throwing a spell pack and going lightning bolts. I can make that joke because I LARP.
And then they push them all into the market at the same time in order to push the price down. It is clear, overwhelming market manipulation. But
yeah.
I believe a lot of retail investors are sick and tired of the fraud. I believe.
No. Again, another logical fallacy. All apes are retail investors. Not all retail investors are apes. Most retail investors are sitting in the S&P 500, and they're doing just fine. In fact, other than, Donald Trump's war fucking everybody, let's go look at SPY. In the same time period that apes have been crying about market manipulation, this is the return of the SPY. Let me hide that. This the SPY. In case anyone was wondering, went from 200 at the depths of 2020 and is now at 648.57 as of close. That is an 80% return for those keeping track at home. Like, this fucking children.
It's a tip of the iceberg when it comes to the civil lawsuits. I believe they're only gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. And more than likely, there's probably a class action coming. There's probably a class action coming because there's a lot of different groups of retail investors.
Are you trying to hang your hat there on Ethan's potential class action? I sincerely would not hold my fucking breath on that one, to be honest. Would not hold my breath on that.
That are just sick and tired of the manipulation. And hopefully we get some courts that get us to the discovery phase. And once we get into the discovery phase and we get our hands.
As long as you're going to be LARPing, you ain't getting to the discovery phase any fucking time soon. Speaking of Ethan, he had one post today. March 20th, 2026. We finally break the $1 or 20 cents. This was all planned. It's all planned. This is Project Platform. This is an insolvent shitco. This is what insolvent shitcos do. They dilute their shareholders because they don't make enough in revenue to pay their bills. You are the product at that point. Like, this isn't some Machiavellian scheme. This is just a shitty company that you willfully continue to invest in because you're a fucking idiot. Us objectors have been fighting hard to bring truth to light. Yeah, no. Like, the fact that you will not look at this company's balance sheet and come to the realization that you bought into a shitco continues to prove that, like, you're just, like, that's the thing is, in AMC, you have the normal baggy LARPers, your Chris Soikas, and then you have the Project Popcorn people who are just as much fucking LARPers. They refuse to discard the false narratives that they have bought into since the fucking meme stock craze began. That, evil hedge funds are manipulating the market. Burr, 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 burr. Like, they believe the same shit. The only difference between people like Chris Soika and people like Ethan is Ethan thinks that Adam Aaron's the spawn of Satan, and Chris Soika thinks that he can do no wrong, which is fucking hilarious because, like I said, Chris Soika is an uber Christian nationalist who hates the Jews. I don't know if Adam Aaron's last name made it clear where his ethnicity lies. Just so we're clear. Like, I don't care, but I find it hilarious how uber bigot and anti-Semitic Chris Soika is and is relying on Jewish Adam Aaron to see him through to financial glory. It's hilarious. The juxtaposition is hilarious. And the same for the anti-Semitics that make up the GameStop community, like Morantz. He thinks that the private equity ran by the Jews are keeping the common man down. Meanwhile, Ryan Cohen runs GameStop. You can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. Yeah, Bam is another one here who didn't even have anything to say. At this point, he's, looking too much at conspiracy theories, and old man literally yells at clouds with his fucking
They've been hitting us all morning.
contrail, like chemtrail nonsense.
Remnants.
Like, these are the people you're getting your financial advice from.
We just had this jet lay that line down. There he goes into the distance.
Like, watching Jim slowly go insane has been fucking hilarious. Investing generation. All right, let's let's dive in. This one's called AMC Shorts Wiped. I don't know how you could possibly look at AMC's price and say that. Like, well, Morantz needs to do CAGR like 15% over the next 5 years and just go anywhere close to QQQ. Yeah. Well, that's part of his problem is like if he did QQQ, he'd actually make some fucking money. But, he's trying to sell GameStop. So, like, he's fucking trashing NVIDIA and a bunch of these other Mag 7 companies that are, like, beating the pants off of the company he's trying to shill to everyone because he's, a cult leader. All they do is they look at the stock price per share. Anything less than 5 is fair game and excellent company. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, I do stuff like that, but I also go past the share price to the financials and, see if $5 actually is worth something. Is $5 worth spending on a company? Because you could buy it at $5 and still lose 100%. Yeah, they don't understand the most basic concepts at all. All right, let's 1 second here. Let's do this.
So we are talking about Adam Aron's prediction, the 1.7 billion synthetic shares today, wiping out the shorts, and many more in this video.
Let's bring this the fuck back. Like, where in the fuck did Adam Aron say anything about the naked shorts? Oh my god, what the fuck? Anyway, let's let this go.
First, we're taking a look at this. I know from our own losses and reading your comments on X/Twitter how distraught many of you are with falling share prices. So this is Adam Aron directing and talking about the situation on hand. In looking at the likely 2026 industry-wide box office, we still expect it to grow materially over 2025, and that will significantly increase AMC's EBITDA. However, the external macro backdrop around us is terrible. War in the Middle East, while oil prices soaring above $100 per barrel, and other concerns have knocked the Dow Jones average to its lowest point in 5 months, and S&P 500 to its lowest point in 4 months. As for AMC, I'm optimistic about housing.
Yeah, the reason why this is all cope is because this, like, the company was doing shit before this. Like, every bit of this is just Adam Aron levels of cope. Like, the company's been doing shit because, like, you guys have been shit.
Increase our earnings this year over last year. As for the state of the world, we will all read the news together. Naturally, we all can wish for the best on global development. So Adam Aron is, again, talking about the share prices. He's trying to answer to everyone. He's obviously acknowledged what is going on, and he knows things, and he's trying to address this. So firstly, we are seeing AMC today, and this is something that we do need to address. Let's not hide away from it. AMC dropped below $1. We are seeing it sitting at 0.9807, and this is obviously having many people frustrated. Now, whilst I say that, we are still seeing multiple apes who are obviously still buying into AMC, and so there's a big difference between frustration and people giving up. Again, 99% of the
Yeah, I wish it would go past frustration and give up. Take what money you can and fucking, I don't know, put it literally anywhere else.
Have not given up, but some may be frustrated, and it's completely okay to be frustrated when you see a stock that is doing perfectly fine, but it's dropping in price not because of the sentiment, not because of the business itself, not because of the investors, but because
Not because of the business itself. Okay, sure.
The market makers are manipulating it. Now, what we can obviously expect for AMC is that currently we are navigating
Insolvent
through the whole
company
industry, the
is
whole economy
not
as a whole,
trading
as we're
at
seeing
the
Dow
level
Jones
it
drop,
should.
as we're seeing S&P
Okay.
500 drop. But what we have to expect as well for AMC is, of course, this year, like Adam has said, about the power to increase their earnings over last year. We are seeing the box office improving. We are seeing AMC improving. And bear in mind is that AMC is obviously trying to expand even more. And what we can understand is that we can significantly increase AMC's EBITDA. And so one of the biggest things that I'm expecting this year is that one quarter, I don't know which quarter, squeeze focus folks likely disappointed. The long-term focused investors, here's what most CEOs will do
So
on
is this like the new age Thomas James? He's got an English accent. He basically rips everything he talks about from other people's tweets without giving any real new commentary. And
now, but remember, he has tried to sell shares at different points. But at those points where it was the most optimal, Adam Aaron would have been able to sell less shares, but able to raise more money than this current state. Because you can obviously imagine at $56 per share, he would obviously have to, he would be able to sell less and still raise more money. But people voted no. And so you have to understand, isn't that right now Adam Aaron trying to sell shares?
Okay, no, people didn't vote no. It's just, see, both groups of the AMC crowd get this wrong. Like, I 100% believe, even though that it wasn't disclosed because Adam Aaron just, killed the vote. But I 100% believe it was not a matter of it wouldn't have passed. It's just it wouldn't have passed the threshold to be able to dilute. Remember, Delaware law at the time was you had to have 50% of all shareholders vote yes, not 50% of who participated, 50% of all voters, potential voters, period. That means taking your proxy statement and immediately throwing it into the waste bin like most retail traders do is as good as a no vote for Delaware law. That's why they changed the law. And then they overcorrected in the other direction, made it stupidly fucking easy to just, pass any sort of dilutive measure that a company would want to do. So, I mean,
he has tried to do this at the most optimal time. It's just that he wasn't able to get it to work because people voted against him. And so this isn't to blame anyone. This isn't to say things, but you have to realize that this is something that AMC has
to yeah, he wired. Who has become kind of a big ass wuss himself and has just started blocking people because he can't stand the fact that people are making fun of his, like, all the stupid shit he's saying. Okay, I'm gonna switch to this because first I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna copy that. Back up to here. Paste. Move it over here.
been trying to do, and it's ultimately what kept AMC alive and still fighting. And at the end of the day, AMC retail investors will win. They'll win because theatrical exhibition is not dead, cinema is not dead, and AMC is not dead. 2021 may have been a dead cat bounce.
I can almost guarantee that AMC investors are going to get the Bed Bath and Beyond experience if this keeps up. This company really should have gone to bankruptcy a long time ago, and I get the distinct feeling it will be
allowed AMC to land on its feet. Through weak and in need of nurturing, the community stepped up. And it just goes to show how strong the community is. It just goes to show what movie theater, streaming on TV, solo watch on laptop. Now, during when I voted, we had 2,000 votes and 85.9% had it for movie theater. So we know that people still want to go to movie theater. And so right now is a matter of, is AMC able to be the biggest benefactor of this
but
industry?
you're not asking them how often they're actually going to the theater. Like, I'm sure people my age demo would love to go to the theater, but it's fucking expensive. Most of us can't afford to do that. You're comparing what people perceive to be their best viewing experience with what they can actually afford and what they can do. Like, those are two different things. And suggesting that just because people prefer the movie theater experience that they go there is just like a disingenuous argument, a highly disingenuous argument.
Are they able to get the biggest shares from the filming industry, from the theater industry? And we already know they're doing well, but they obviously can do better. And so if we see them do even better, you can imagine that even just goes on to show that firstly, streaming and theater industry is something that coexists. And we've already seen with how Netflix is trying to react about their need for filming industry as well. And so it just goes to show that we are still needed and that we are going to be on top. And you want to look at the manipulation, and his wife said that AMC will do one this year. Is that
this
ultimately
might be actually interesting to listen to. A baggie admitting they were wrong? Holy shit. Wait a second.
Alright guys, what is up? You are back for another video with Data Zero. This video is not financial advice. Should not be taken as such. Rare Friday update. But ladies and gentlemen, we have so much to talk about. Let's hop in the charts, facts, data, showing you what is going on for today. So ladies and gentlemen, I was wrong about AMC. And I do apologize. As a human, I do make mistakes. Things happen. Technicals can go wrong. I can only be right so much. You guys know I make so many predictions. But AMC unfortunately broke underneath $1. We're going to talk about what that means, what could be happening, and what I think is going to be happening here in the future basing off the charts, facts, and data. Now, I want you guys to know right off the bat, Adam Aaron, made this post last night, okay?
God,
and this post is absolutely insane. I want to know in the comments down below, do you think it's a coincidence that he made this post and then the day after this post, AMC drops underneath $1? Now look what this post says. This is how you know this guy is a complete narcissist, an absolute psychopath. So right off the bat, he makes it about himself. Ladies and gentlemen, he gets paid in shares and he also makes money on top of that. He literally just got 1.5 million shares for performance payment.
Did I miss the like character change on Data Zero? Where's Manuel? Did I miss some sort of character change with Data Zero?
Millionaire. Who cares if you have $50 million and you lost half of that and you're down to $25 million? You're still a multi-millionaire. So he's completely tone deaf, psychopath, narcissistic behavior, making it about himself right off the bat. Secondly, you guys can read the whole tweet for itself, but he says that it should be improving because the box office is expected to do better, which I do think it will. We have Spider-Man, Doomsday, Mario coming out, Dune Part 3, lots of bangers coming out, so it should do well. But this guy starts blaming macroeconomics on something that happened over in the Middle East starting just a couple of days ago for 5 years of failure. The price has been going down for 5 years straight and a steady down.
And you're still invested. Like, you're even worse than the rest of these apes. Like, at least in their constructed La La Land, the evil naked shorts are keeping it down. Like, that's at least logically consistent. If you can realize that this company's a shitco, why are you still invested? Dude, bro, like, the sell button's right over there. You can click it at any time. Financial social media was an enormous mistake. Yeah. Hard to disagree with that.
Downtrend. So he's blaming 5 years worth of failure, if not more. He took CEO role in 2016 over something that happened in the past couple of days. And that's basically what the comments are saying. Bro is blaming the conflict in the Middle East for something that's been happening over 5 years. That's what other people are saying as well. People are saying he needs to launch an investigation into sorting. Some people say he needs to be investigated for breach of financial duties because as his job as CEO,
this is also stupid dumb. Like, look, the company is insolvent. The only way that they can pay their bills is to dilute shareholders. His fiduciary duty is more closely tied to the bondholders than it is you. So go ahead and sue him. You're probably gonna fucking lose. As the market doesn't know about the as if the market is
provide
not
value for the shareholders, and he is simply not doing that. So let me know if you guys agree with that down below. Also, people are saying, well, you blame the sea flu, now you blame the conflict. What next is he going to be blaming? Theory of the comments and theme of the large time period, and like the tweet and retweet. Day after he did this late last night, the day after it drops underneath $1. Now, AMC's Max Payne was $1, ladies and gentlemen. And you guys know with Max Payne, if you follow the channel, you guys.
Max Payne is so fucking stupid. Like, I don't.
No, that Max Payne, they don't want it on that exact number. They want to close it at a few cents under. So if Max Payne's $1, they want to close it at 99 or 98 cents. That is where they closed AMC at 98 cents. You guys can see today was absolutely insane for AMC. They had 1.3 million short shares. They dumped all the way down to 85K shares. They did that in the morning. Then they went.
Oh my God. That's one broker. Like you can even see it on his stupid fucking thing down here. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up a little bit more. You'll look right here. It says, data from Interactive Brokers, IBKR, publishes an update every 15 minutes. There is no update, then there is no shares available. A stock fee. Yeah. So, like, they get it from Interactive Brokers. That is one broker, my dude. That is not indicative of anything but IBKR. That's it. Literally, that is it. And trying to extrapolate that out is fucking meaningless.
Back up to 100,000, and now they currently have 550,000 shares at a cost of borrow of 0.86%. Also, the dark pool was heavily active today. Right now, sitting at 59.68%, but we saw it as high.
All right, we already had this discussion, so I'm not gonna go back over it. We already had this discussion.
A 74% dark pool volume here for AMC, so they're using the dark pool heavily as well. So they dumped a ton of short shares, trying to push it down towards this Max Payne price. Because if you look at what happened with price action today, AMC actually pushed up towards 105 and then got rejected from that and started trending down as they dumped those shares, dark pool, and used algorithmic trading to try to keep AMC pinned or move it to the down.
Or the company's it's not like meaningfully improved and continues to add more shares to the float. They're not even selling ATMs anymore. They're doing direct. yeah. Take a drink every time he says fucking dark pool. We'll be dead by the end of this evening. Like, there's a reason why that they're having to do direct offerings to firms, because they know retail investors are not going to be able to bear the weight of an ATM offering. The share price would collapse even faster than it already has. And just because, like, the momentum isn't there. The stock is dead. The financials have been dead for a long time, but, you know, whatever.
Side slowly, and that's what they managed to do, getting us underneath that max pain price. Now, again, let me know in the comments down below, do you guys think it's a coincidence that AMC goes underneath $1 the day after he makes this announcement? Now, as far as what technicals are concerned, I'm going to break things down more in the weekly outlook and prediction. But yes, I was wrong about AMC going underneath $1. But if you guys have been following my channel, I did say in the last couple of videos and even before then that if AMC goes under $1, I don't think it's going to be staying underneath $1. I don't think we stay underneath $1 for the amount of time that would be needed in order to see a reverse split. People are saying about a reverse split here.
Yeah, why don't you ask?
Section, they say if a reverse split happens,
why don't you ask all the Beyond Meat people about that? Yeah.
I'm not going to incite violence or anything like that. I do not agree with it, but people say they'll basically, why? I don't think that's going to be happening. Again, if you've been following my channel, to stay underneath $1 for 30 days, and I don't think
AI to predict.
People too scared. Yes, being break underneath $1, and me, of course, addressing all.
We made it, guys. We we made it to the big idiot. Oh. Let's do this. Oh, man. Let's see what's up with Chris Soika. Oh, man. Wait.
What they do when you're a winner in their system, though, is they recruit you to their side, either through blackmail, or they murder you, or they try to make you, get you out.
What in the... Yeah. 4 different colored markers in his hand. That's not a good sign. Wow. I immediately do not like X's design choices. If I'm if I'm able to make this screen bigger, I should be able to play from this. I should not have to go back,
everything you want, so that you'll play nice,
or hit the pause button. Also, in case it was not completely clear, Chris Soika is a crazed conspiracy theorist. Oh yes, see, if you don't play their game, then they'll kill you, or they'll recruit you to their side. And it's just like felt bad. Guy's sister passed away, and everyone on Twitter made it about AMC. Yes, did you see that fucking AMC popcorn wreath that they sent? Like, what the fuck? Like, well, like the fact that someone's death was turned into like a memorial for AMC instead of fucking her is just like, I would like to take signs that you're in a cult for 500.
Right? So that you're not afraid of losing everything. Well, guess what? There's too many of us to please. There's millions of shareholders. It's not one guy. They're not gonna be able to blackmail me and take down this whole thing that's going on.
They don't need to blackmail you though, because it doesn't happen.
This is a black swan event, and the people are waking up. And once they wake up, the bread and circuses are going to collapse.
Yeah, people are waking up as in leaving the cult.
Everyone kind of thinks that sports are scripted. Everyone kind of thinks that they're scripted. Everyone kind of sees it and goes, yeah, I could see how that doesn't.
Everyone else is a conspiracy theorist about these other things. That must mean that there's a conspiracy, guys. Umbrellas cause it to rain.
Makes sense.
Get out of here.
Or that the referees are kind of calling things a certain way, and there's superstar players that get special calls, and then the normal working class Joe gets up there and someone beats the hell out of him and no one even cares, right? He's just a regular Joe. Like there's superstar rules. Well, what does superstar rules imply? It implies that it's a product for entertainment, and you're messing up their bread and circuses entertainment. If you hurt that guy, and he's on board with being the entertainer, he wants to be. He doesn't know he's being used like that, but he's a show pony. He's a show pony.
Well,
LeBron James was a show pony.
Okay.
One really interesting point, and I mean, it's all good.
Are we going to talk about AMC?
If you hurt that guy, we're getting like 60 to 90 movies a quarter. And
There
there's
we go.
normally around 285 movies a
We found the
quarter
AMC content.
that get released in theaters. Okay, 285 to 250.
This is gonna go
250
on.
in
I'm gonna
January,
try
but
and
285
find
normally in
some
June,
stomps
July.
to look at.
You know, that big chunk of holiday
Yeah,
releases.
I'll put it like that
so
so I can still see
what
the
I'm trying to
chat.
get at here, and this is why this is important to me, right? I'm trying to free people. I'm trying to get people.
I usually go sector by sector. So, on my little screener that I made, already did real estate. Not really found much good there. Maybe one good company. That IRS. Yeah, not the tax people. IRSA investments. See your utilities. I didn't really find much going on there. This Korean Electric Power Corporation might be a good way to diversify. Get out of the American market and go somewhere else where crazy shit isn't happening. Maybe, I don't know. I don't do buy recommendations. I just kind of poke around and look around and see what's interesting. So we're gonna let Soika continue to talk about AMC while I go look at stuff in the communication
Free. So when people
services
say,
sector, because that's
why
where I'm
would
at.
you wish that this stock, which you've lost $235,000 on, why would you buy this if it goes to 50 cents and they delisted it? Why would you buy it if it's on the pink sheets? Because I'm
That's a
not
great
buying
question.
a stock. I'm buying a company, and the company is going to do five.
Yeah, but the stock is intrinsically tied to the company. Like, guys got social media brain melted. Absolutely. Like, why? I'm not buying a stock, I'm buying the company. But the stock price is how people in the market value the company based on the company's performance. Like, just like any other price, like the price of lemons fluctuates based on supply and demand. See, 50 cents. I know his argument is like, well, if we get delisted because the stock stays under $1, it's no biggie, guys. I mean, fucking, let me go find it. He literally made this argument, and it's the most ape thing I have ever fucking seen. There we go. A reverse split would require a shareholder vote. Yes, if Adam Aaron thought he would need one, he would have voted on in December. Not necessarily. There are no more emergency meetings for things like reverse splits. Wrong. They can have as many as they fucking like. Adam Aaron releases MNPI. What MNPI has he released? Like what? Far before the annual meeting. What? Delisting wouldn't hurt us. 90% of the stock doesn't hit the exchange. It's listed. He has no idea. No fucking idea. Do you want to know what delisting does to your fucking company? Like, what are we even fucking go away? I did not want you there. I guess everyone gets to have a sneak peek at what projects I'm working on. That, you know, I may depends on if I get to them or not. But like, here, let's go look at video subjects. Let's look at your company on being in the OTC market. Let's go to let's pick one that we've been talking a lot about, like AZRH. Like, look at the volume. Like, let me make sure you guys can see it. Like look at the volume here. We're talking about like trading in a day, like 80,000 shares, maybe 90,000 shares. Like, what the fuck are we even here? Let's go. Like, here is another perfect example. Bollinger, like, it used to have a wild ass average volume, like 30. Now, way above that. Now its average volume is like 27K. I mean, let's go look at a stock even that I've got. Let's go look at my screener list because I know it'll be there. Like, where is it? It's in my, yeah, here. Here's another OTC stock. Total volume for the day, 25 shares. Like, Like, don't fucking kid yourself. Getting delisted is not good. It makes your stock super illiquid. I don't even. This is super dumb, super dumb. I still don't understand the dark pool thing. Sounds like Baggy Travis. It's been a thing with all these meme stocks. Like they think that going like off exchange is some sign of the apocalypse. Like it's proof that the the stock's being manipulated, and it absolutely isn't.
$5.5 billion in revenue this year. It's going to not just return to normal and all-time highs, it will likely surpass all-time highs.
Oh yeah, now's the time to buy Mullen at 7 cents a share. Go do it.
And this debt is lower than it was pre-COVID. Why I'm trying to help people understand the situation here is because they are currently 325% short the stock, which means they have sold the company three and a quarter times over into the market. This needs
to make a comeback. This needs to make a comeback.
3.5 times the shares. There's 1.6 billion shares that shouldn't exist floating around in our accounts right now. There's naked shorts. There's IOUs, and that's just the surface of this thing. We don't know because when you buy an order, right? You're party A, the brokerage is party B, and the market is party C. And what this guy does is he says, I need, if Chris is going to buy a share here, I need to look and see how much that share is worth and how many shares I'm short. If I'm short that company, I will just hold this stock and short more to bring this down. So that Chris panics and sells it back to me at a loss at 50 cents. But what happens if Chris buys at 50 cents and he still holds it? Well, he prevents the company from going back up. If he takes it and he goes to the exchange, he's going to have to discover how much that share is really going for, which he does not want to do. He does not want to go into the lit exchange.
I forgot how stupid this motherfucker is.
Okay?
Holy crap.
He does not want to do that. So he prevents all orders that are buy orders from going and hitting the lit exchange, which means you have a relationship with your...
The tape is literally debunks this fucking retard every second of every day. Every trade has to print to the tape. Like, his stupid fucking conspiracy theory is debunked simply by going to AMC. Where is it? Simply, you just go to AMC, and there's the tape right there. Has all the trades, all the volume, everything. These are all first level trades printed to the tape. Even dark pool stuff gets printed to the tape. It is mind-numbing how fucking stupid he is. Like, all you have to do, open up any brokerage app, and that's all it takes to prove this fucking numbskull is a goddamn fucking idiot.
Brokerage, which is a bank. I'm with Morgan Stanley through E-Trade. I have other accounts as well. You know, my sister used TD Ameritrade. Some people use Robinhood. But these things are all backed by banks. And those banks hold your orders in order to prevent the stock price from going up.
No.
Because they were betting against this going...
No. Like we were talking about earlier. The majority of those dark pool trades are simply Fidelity has someone who is like a customer who is selling. You want to buy. So Fidelity takes the share of one of its customers and gives it to you. That is technically a dark pool trade because it's a trade between two Fidelity accounts. It doesn't need to go to the exchange. It still prints to the tape. Like every single after hours or 24-hour trade, those are just trades between broker customers, in after hours, if I buy a share of a stock on Fidelity, that share comes from another Fidelity customer. Hate that I have to do
Bankrupt
this.
during COVID. They bet
X needs to fix this shit.
of millions during COVID and
Right.
billions beyond that. Billions and billions of dollars. Probably to the tune of $40 to $50 billion against the shareholders of this company. So
But
people say, go ahead.
But Soj, they
Boy.
you know the market
Here comes the peanut gallery. Let's figure out how this goes. We'll go up to medium on enterprise value.
maker is. It's the most nefarious middleman on the face of earth, maybe aside from, well, I don't want to get into those other conversations, but if you're talking about flushing.
If you don't like that, then just pick a brokerage firm that doesn't do payment for order flow. Fucking go to Fidelity. Fidelity and a bunch of other companies don't do payment for order flow. Just fucking
Flushing longs, flushing shorts, and they do it like in every Bitcoin, everything, right? So if we had access into those books, not just this book or that book, because all books are not created equal, right? But those books, if we could see those books like Bloomberg can see those books,
right,
we'd have a big advantage. And a Bloomberg terminal, my neighbor has one.
Well,
Go ahead,
again,
I'm sorry.
well, so again,
doesn't really do much for
lies the
anybody.
problem.
Like you can
internalize,
you can do perfectly fine without a Bloomberg terminal. There's no reason that a retail investor needs to go out and buy a stupid fucking Bloomberg terminal. Like sure, a Bloomberg terminal would have more than this, but like a Webull or like Fidelity's broker thing that's basically like this, like you can do most of the same stuff that you would want to do. Like Bloomberg terminals are built for like professionals, and they have like there's no need for you to go out and get a fucking Bloomberg terminal. That's fucking idiotic. His neighbor doesn't have a terminal. Yeah, most people don't have a terminal. I wish I still worked for the University of Arkansas, because at any point in time, I could just waltz into the business department, and since I'm an employee, I could just use my employee login and use the Bloomberg terminal for free. Just like I could use Photoshop for free. The perks sometimes of being a government employee.
The order, you don't see what's going in the dark pool, and 90% of the orders
100%
are in the dark pool, which means that they never hit the Bloomberg terminal.
Like they misinterpret this basic bitch shit, and it's just clownish.
You'll never see them on the Bloomberg terminal because they're dark pool, because they create a market outside of the market. And this is called a dark pool. Okay, it's a dark pool for a reason. The key word in it is dark, because nobody outside of whoever's in that pool is creating it. And you can, like, it's like a dead pool. Like a dead pool, only the people in the dead pool would know that they're part of a dead pool. And the last person to survive the dead pool gets the money, right? But you can create thousands. Like when people say it was traded in the dark pool, there's not one specific dark pool, and you show up and you're like, wow, there's a giant pool party here.
At least you got that right.
And you could have our own dark pool set up outside of this, where we trade with each other. And basically, it's a hot potato situation. If the hot potato's in your hand when this thing goes off, it blows up in your face. And if it's in my hands when this
How
goes
can
off,
you get the basic right and then just totally fuck up on everything else? Yes, the dark pool is not like a thing. It's a construct, because like I said, with the example of Fidelity customers trading between each other and Fidelity facilitates the trade, you can have that for any brokerage firm, and that's technically dark pool trades. They don't go to the lit exchange. It goes from one Fidelity customer to the other Fidelity customer. And then he just extrapolates it into conspiracy theory land that supposedly because someone sold me an AMC share, that suddenly like someone's on the hook. They possessed the thing. They sold me the thing. It's like going to Walmart and saying, I want the fucking lemon. I will give you 50 cents for the lemon. I give them 50 cents. They give me the lemon. Like, oh, Yeah, like Thanksgiving. Oh, like. I wonder if I still have the clip on my server. It's probably on Meltdown somewhere. But there is a literal clip of Soika talking about how his family treats him like the retard of the family. How, he's got family members who are doctors or have degrees and all this stuff. And he, talks about AMC stuff. And they think he's the retard of the family. Because he is. And that's why he's so, like, extra mad. Because he is the village idiot of his family, and he knows it. His family tells him regularly. Uncle Racist as a stock market story. Yeah, pretty much. So, like, yeah, like, I think that has a lot to do with why Chris Soika is the way he is. Like, he has, much like Morantz, he has a desperate need to be accepted in his family. His family hates his guts. And he desperately wants to be accepted, which on a base level is kind of fucking sad. But, like, just don't be a fucking idiot.
It's in my face, and right now it's in Credit Suisse's face, and it's in UBS, which is United Bank of Switzerland. They're holding the biggest pile of shit in the world right now. UBS inherited the GameStop short. It inherited the AMC short from I just said it. Credit Suisse. So Credit Suisse went bankrupt, but they didn't close their short positions. They just transferred them to a bigger bank. So this is an even larger problem, right? And that's why I'm saying if you could see those books, it would be amazing, but you can't see those books. They are dark pooling the orders so that you can't tell who's long, who's short, how much is going where, but you can tell at the brokerage level how many were bought at the brokerage level, which is kind of like you see orders, but you don't see, is it a buy or a sell order? Who's buying the stock, who's selling the stock. There's no real indicator of whether it's buying or selling. It's just volume. Right? And volume is not a great indicator. Because people say, no, there's 50 million shares of AMC that were traded today. Traded, but not bought. What percentage was bought? Was 40% bought? Was 10% bought? Was 100% bought? Was 90%? You don't know. That's why it's called dark pooling it, because I'm not going to let people know that the buy orders hit the lit exchange and drive this thing up to extraordinary high numbers. Well, this is the kryptonite to that system. The kryptonite to the dark pool. The dark pool was created in order to bring the price of things down so that they could destroy them or steal them from unsuspecting investors. So if you didn't suspect that this dark pooling shit was going on, you would see AMC stock go from all-time highs to where it is now, and you would say, wow, the company must suck. Even though I'm reading the financials,
the company does suck. Wait, no, you were not reading the financials. There's no fucking way. If you have been reading the financials, you would know this company sucks. Like, there is no way, no fucking way you were reading the financials. I'm sick of hearing this from all the baggies we've talked about tonight. Let's just go pull this up. Let's just go looking. Oh my God. Here we go. I'll take this off for now. Like, here is your annual numbers. Like, going all the way back. 2019. 2018 even. Well, 2018, last profitable year. So, like, 2019, lost money. 2020, lost money. 2021, lost money. Turned no, still lost money in 2022. Lost more money in 2023. 2024, lost money. 2025, lost more money. Like 2023 and 24 looked like they were going to turn around. Maybe, possibly, slowly but surely. And then 2025, I'm sorry, 2023 and 24. And then 2025 is almost as bad as 2022. Like, the first year back from COVID. Let's look at the balance sheet. In fact, we'll go quarterly so we have the most updated numbers. Like, There you go. There's your sign. Negative shareholder equity. Cash flow statement. Negative cash flows. Like, this company is insolvent. I don't know what other way to tell this to you. That's why it's trading under $1. It is an insolvent shitco. It is 1 foot in the grave. That's why they put out a going concern notice in their last 10K or 10Q. It's 10. Yeah, 10K. Because it's the end of the year. So, like, if you were actually, like, not saying it for your audience, if you were actually looking at these financials, you would run so fucking far away from this company, it isn't even funny.
Shit about this guy in the comment section about what a crook he is and how he's not doing things for shareholders.
I mean,
but if you follow the revenue and you follow the debt of the company, that the infrastructure is going up, the debt is going down, the revenue is about to explode.
I guess I better just keep this ready for when he says shit that's not true. Let's look at an annual basis. Accounts payable, like, actually went up again. Like this, like again, we see the same thing here. Like, the debt in 2021. Like, it's funny how it just tracks their earnings. Like, so, like, 2021, like, this was the high water mark for their debt. And then you got to 24 and 25 and it's back up again because revenues are going down and they're having to, like, refinance their debt because they can't pay it and kick it down the road. Like, that makes the debt more expensive. Infrastructure going up. I assume he means, where is it? I assume he means, sorry, that was accounts payable. Let's go. Well, that's also not good because that's short-term debt. So, debt non-current. So, like, yeah, it's going down, but you're also got an increase in short-term liabilities. Like, okay, the debt's going down, but you went from 5.7 to like 4 billion. You still got an ass ton of debt. I assume what he's talking about is other non-current assets. Maybe that's what PPE net, marketable securities, other current assets, inventories, receivables. I'm looking for a plant and property line item entry for the theaters, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I don't know what he means by infrastructure going up. Because I know they do own some theaters. I mean, maybe he's talking about CapEx. Where's our CapEx? Oh, where has my CapEx gone? Revenue, stock-based compensation, cash flow. I'm sure it'll be 5 minutes, and they've done, and they're all done forever combined. I know, right? Sorry, we actually look at financial statements here. Fuck it. I'm going to use Fidelity. Because at least Fidelity will give me a better answer. Sometimes I use this site, but sometimes it is just shite. Give me AMC. You were literally right there. Why did you go away? Oh, there we go. Plant and property. So I assume this is what he's talking about, infrastructure. Well, plant and property is going down, so guess not. Cash flow statements. Maybe he means CapEx. Where is CapEx? There we are. CapEx. Well, I mean, CapEx is back up to Oh, these are quarterly. Let's go annual. Yeah, CapEx is back up. I mean, that's not a bad thing. You need to keep those theaters running, but like, yeah, I mean, maybe he did because I don't know what he means by like like.
And we have just only begun to start a bull market in movies, right? We just are at the beginning of a bull
Yeah,
market.
problem
in movies.
is your company is highly
Project
levered
Hail
and a
Mary,
piece of
which is going
shit.
to be good. Running into Mario, running into Michael Jackson, running into The Mandalorian, running into The Devil Wears Prada, running into like Disclosure Day, which is a Spielberg movie, Toy Story, you know, what is it, 6 or 5? You know, Supergirl, Masters of the Universe. There's like $3 billion potential movies in Q2, and we're used to seeing one a quarter. If we're lucky, we see one a quarter. Okay, you out here? Love you, baby. Have fun. You look great, okay? Go make us some money. You gotta buy some shares. Buy that merch.
That's so good, dude. Hey, so one
that is just. I mean, at least they laugh, but that's painful. I get it's supposed to be kind of a joke, but like, oh yeah, honey, you got to go out there and get us some money so we can buy some more shares. Well, his assistant is his girlfriend.
question. Outside the market there's a lot of normies probably. So I'm just curious, and I apologize if I missed it. Has the study been done that maybe introduces a variable to represent like the introduction of woke or DEI politics against like I may have missed it. Forgive me if I did. You know,
oh my goodness. Take a shot the next time they say DEI. Fuck. Man, oh my goodness. I should have known we would have reached this point. Fuck.
if there was another variable that should be in a formula aside from this other stuff as to the correlation, just curious.
Yeah, no, are you talking about with movies?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so yeah, there absolutely has. So there's been studies that show that like there's been a significant drop off in major releases in attendance because of that agenda. Like there's a correlation between people who've showed up in the Epstein files and their ability to get work in Hollywood. There's a
Stand by. I'm getting some whiskey. Fuck this. All right, I'm officially ready. I'm officially ready for my IQ score to reach their IQ score. Oh, fuck me. That descended rather rapidly. DEI straight to Epstein. Man, Michael doesn't even shotgun that fast. Whew. I needed a warning before that came and crept up on us. Holy fuck. All right, let's do this.
Correlation between, you know, like wokeness and people showing up to that movie. Like people don't go typically. One battle after another is
by
like,
the way. This, by the way, is the guy who was shilling for Barbie. And what was that meme at the time? The like, it was Barbie and some other movie. It escapes me. What was that? 2024. Oppenheimer and Barbie, or the Barbenheimer or whatever the fuck. Which just shows you that this idiot will say whatever falls out of his fucking mouth. Like, dude, over here talking about wokeness and DEI and Epstein, and meanwhile being like, oh, by the way, guys, go see Barbie for the 5th time at AMC.
It's the perfect example. It won the Oscar this year. It's Leonardo DiCaprio. It's Sean Penn. And Leo is widely considered. I consider him one of the best actors of all time. I've watched, you know, everything from the time he was like 20 years old and he did Titanic, and I thought that was such an amazing movie, and James Cameron killed it. I've watched Django, Inception, you know, the Departed. Like, I mean, dude, that guy just, he has Catch Me If You Can. Like, there's so many Leonardo, and I wanted to.
Hey, the Wolf of Wall Street, man. Come on, the Wolf of Wall Street.
Brother.
Come
Wolf
on,
of
man.
Wall Street is, it's again,
which is like their seminal film. All of them are basically like, I want to be like a drug-addled con man. The whole, like, give me, I'm a libertarian. I'm a capitalist, is there an example? But like, even I can be like, arrest that dude, and I hope he goes to prison for the rest of his fucking life. Like, but their whole thing is about like this unbridled level of fucking almost borderline criminality, because their cult believes that they're the good guys, so they can do no wrong, which means they can do things that most of us would literally call crimes and be totally okay. It's the reason why they can find Jordan fucking Belfort to be their hero of the hour, because they deserve it.
Old, right? He puts out One Battle After Another. It's a critically acclaimed world-class director, and it shits the bed at the theater. Why? Well, because in the previews to the movie, the little girl says to Leonardo DiCaprio, oh, Dad, it's not her, it's they, them. And you could tell immediately, I'm like, dude, why did you put that in the preview? The first thing that that went across my head was, it's probably going to be a really relevant modern movie.
I guarantee it has nothing to do with anything. Exactly, they want to screw others out of the way. Absolutely.
Everyone's rejecting wokeism, and they don't want to support
everybody that he knows.
Even if it's something that you think is real and that it's relevant to today, if you even introduce that idea, like gay people are an idea, they exist, right? But
gay people are in a movie. I'm glad that you can admit gay people exist. I was a little concerned with you there, Chris. I wasn't sure if we were going to get to that realization. This dude is a fucking gem.
Some people will just turn it off. They're like, I don't want to watch people kiss. I don't want to watch, like, everyone says, you know, The Marvels, it was really a great movie. The Marvels were a great movie. And why did it do so bad in theaters? The second people got out of that movie theater and said, there's a 10-minute long bullshit scene of like some guy introducing his adopted son to the other superhero.
That has nothing to do with Miss Marvel or whatever fucking sucked. It sucked because it was a shitty movie. Like, it does, like, can we just admit that, like, the politics isn't what's wrong. There are movies that can have direct political messages. I feel like given the state of the world, at some time we just sit down and watch Conspiracy. That has a very direct political message. But, like, no one cares about the political message because it's a good movie. Like, that's the problem. You can deliver a political message or some sort of, like, statement. And if it's well executed, people go watch it. The problem is when you have a movie that delivers a message and the movie is shitty. Like, that's the problem. Has nothing to do if it's woke or not, or whatever, or doesn't comport with Chris Soika's personal beliefs. The problem is the movie was shit. That's the problem. Yeah, he's basically catering to his audience.
Talking about how they have a gay relationship and they're married and they're like in love.
So so who fucking cares? Who cares? Like who fucking cares one way or the other? Tis or the t'other.
You could tell half the audience was like, fuck it, and I don't care, and the other half was like, I'm not showing this shit to my kid. I'm not bringing them. So there is a correlation. There's a massive correlation. And they know that. They're getting rid of, Hollywood has endorsed something last year that said they're getting rid of minority and LGBTQ characters moving forward for the reason that production studios are going bankrupt. Warner Brothers. Who the hell would have thought Warner Brothers would have had to sell? I mean, they had Game of Thrones.
Okay, Warner Brothers is a crazy ass situation of going all the way back to AT&T. Like, the reason Warner Brothers is in the situation it was in is after AT&T acquired Warner Brothers, because a telecom company buying Warner Brothers, like, first of all, you have to realize how fucking stupid it was. I guess the idea was we'll be the one-stop shop, like, being the cable network is so passe. We'll own our own streaming service and we'll deliver it through our ISP, and we'll completely control the customer and have a captive audience from the service platform of the ISP of selling them high-speed fiber optic and DSL, all the way down to them getting their media from us, from our streaming service, and and package it like that. Like, I guess that's a competent idea, I suppose, but it didn't work out for AT&T, and they spun out AT&T. I mean, no, AT&T spun out Warner Brothers, and they did what happens in most spin-outs. Like, the company dumped a bunch of fucking debt on Warner Brothers, which then Discovery acquired, and the company just couldn't handle the debt load. Like, if I went and pulled up, let me go find Warner Brothers. Sorry, we're doing several layers of research to combat retards. Let's pull up annual. Because the spin out, like, this was Discovery, like, right here in 2022. I want to say 23 is when the spin out happened. And just look at their... Okay, so no, the spin out happened in 22, the merger. Just look at where their debt went to. It went from a company that had $15 billion in debt to $51 billion in debt. And given they've worked it off, but, like, that's ridiculous. That is like 5xing your debt load almost. Be more like 30. So, like, 3xing your debt load. And naturally, that has fucking devastating effects on your balance sheet. Well, they don't have their interest income in there. That's kind of cheeky. But, like, this is a company that was already struggling to begin with. Again, oh, sorry, this is quarterly. Let's go to annual. Like, this was a company that was doing well, and then Discovery was doing well, and then Discovery acquired Warner Brothers in the spin out from AT&T, and immediately they had some special items here that offset, so they didn't, like, really make money this quarter. But they're like, this is what the reason why Discovery Warner Brothers is in trouble. It's the debt. It's the debt from the AT&T spinout. AT&T went like, well, it's been very expensive for us trying to put out this fiber optic network. Here, Warner Brothers, have this. That's what really happened there.
You know, some of the best late night television. They had the biggest home box office runway over every industry out there. They had more loyalty than anyone you could imagine as far as their as being a quality
Can't even get his own words out.
movie and TV show production studio. And they then got owned by Warner Brothers, who came in with HBO, and they had this perfect package for people, and they couldn't make money because they one, they ignored the movie theaters, and two,
No.
they started pushing things in their films that were like,
No,
we're
we
gonna go a
already
different
went over
direction.
this.
Okay,
It was the
we'll
debt
go
load.
a different direction and see how that ends up. Postpone things, change characters' skin color, change the way that they look, and watch how that goes for you. And guess what? You know,
has nothing to do with anything.
House of the Dragon was considered a good TV show, and guess what? 90% of the audience said, "I don't want the Valerians race swapped. They're not black. They're traditionally white," and the books tell you that. And people said, "Oh my God, if that's what's going to make you stop a show, then fuck you." Well, okay, fuck you too. That's how they feel.
Had nothing to do with
these
anything.
people
but
are
okay.
tired of their stories getting erased, and they'll stand up and just say, "Okay, then fuck me. I'm gonna go take my money elsewhere and go to something that represents me and my
Their
people.
stories.
That I don't have to suspend reality so much."
It's not your fucking story. It's J.R.R. Martin's story, and he sold the rights to it, and I'm pretty sure he probably had quite a bit of creative control over it. Like, fuck off.
Sure, then I'll watch it. And people say, "Well, that's racist," and they're like, "Okay, now I'm racist. I'm a Nazi." Everyone's over the name calling.
Look, you don't have to look very hard at Soika's feed to figure out that he's a Nazi. It has fucking nothing to do with this. Okay, that's just Christian stuff. Where is the... There we go. Just like shit like that. How many anti-Semitisms does it take to make you a Nazi? The Caucasian race. I mean, yeah. Like, race in general is it's a construct. But yeah. Chris, the
over
special
the name calling, the Nazi, the racist, the prejudice, the you know,
you can tell it really bothers him because he gets this a lot.
Everyone's over it. They just want good traditional storytelling. That's why the recent show on HBO was Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and it was absolutely amazing. It was like, you know, I think it was like 7 episodes, a half hour long, and everyone was just raving about how amazing the main character was, and how he's getting this character building moment, and you didn't have to suspend reality for it. You were there. You were placed in that moment. And it's like, oh, this is like old England. This is like something that we're used to being. This is our culture, right? And when they try to
Warner's under duress, man, right now, right? For hostile.
What's that? They're getting bought out. They're
under duress.
I mean, maybe they'll get bought out. Like, there's a lot of people at the FTC that are really saying that, like, maybe that Warner Brothers deal with Paramount isn't going to go through now, given I get the distinct feeling we're going to get, if it gets too feisty over there at the FTC, that, you know, Trump will just kick them out and let the deal go through. But, like, I wouldn't put all my chips on that deal going through. And if that is what happens, then Netflix made the good decision of saying we're not going to try and get into a bidding war. We'll just wait for this to go through the system, and we'll wait here patiently.
Again, this is because you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Says the guy holding AMC. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Does the stupid prize look like this? Does the stupid prize look like this? Just curious.
You're gonna lose subscribers. You're not gonna get the recommitments on your subscriptions. People will move to, if people wanted woke, they would have just went to Netflix. People come to HBO for its realism. They come for The Wire. They come for, you know, the first 5, 6, 7 seasons of,
Netflix, by the way, is the market leader.
Game of Thrones. They don't come there to be like lectured about their politics or what they believe. They're like, that's not how people, I don't walk into a theater going like, I want to be lectured.
Who fucking Netflix is lecturing anybody about? Like, I just more whiskey. Clearly, more whiskey is what I need.
By a woke Hollywood director about my political issues or how I feel about society, like, fuck off with that. That's why, I mean, like, Project Hail Mary is going to absolutely rip heads off at the theater. You want to know why? It's a white guy, and most astronauts are white, in space, trying to save the world. And he's talking to a little alien robot, and they get along, and they're trying to save the world together. And he's trying to save it. And people are like, okay, well, you could do that. You can make that movie, and people will go see it. Now, if you make him a purple-haired transsexual, you're probably going to lose 90% of your audience. You're going to be like, well, it's a great movie.
If it's a good movie, why should it fucking matter? Like, he's about to say, well, if it's a good fucking movie, which is exactly the argument I'm about to make. Let's see where we go with this.
He's saving the world up there, but he's not really a guy. He's a girl, and he's
it's a great point. Why should it matter if it's a good movie?
He's got his wiener chopped off or something. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, like you're not gonna get the audience.
So the reality is those.
So really, there is no argument there. It's just, I'm a bigot, and I think everyone should be a bigot like me and should just fucking deal with it because I'm a bigot. Pretty sure that's not how the world fucking works. But thanks for playing, Chris.
People don't care about making money, though. They care about brainwashing us and our kids and fucking their futures up, right?
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Fuck.
Okay, so herein lies the problem with that, and I'll try and talk to you about this. If you don't make money, you have to surrender the intellectual property. Okay? And the intellectual property is the most important thing.
No.
So access to the character Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman makes billions of dollars. Billions of dollars in theme park revenue and all this other stuff.
Uh-oh.
So if you make
we have a bot that is snuck in on the Twitch side. Be gone, Satan.
That you can't make money, you have to sell it to someone like me. And I will make it
someone like you. Bro, you bought AMC. Sell it to someone like you. I don't know if you realize this. That's no. Nope. Definitely not.
Fucking badass. I will make it straight up savagery. I will make Batman a straight up savage. I will make Superman the ideal Superman. True.
They already fucking tried that. Do you forget the Snyder Cut? Like they did that. It bombed hardcore. It's almost like you have to make a movie that resonates with the entirety of humanity, not some fucking glass-eyed Cyclops fucking moron who was stupid enough to fucking buy into AMC and is now 99% down over the past 4 years.
Truth, justice,
5 now at this point.
And then I will start using Superman to project the American way of the 50s, 40s.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
Fucking Black Panther. I'm like, all right, I gotta fucking spend my money at the pump, and he's telling me to go
too far.
What can you do about it? You can go to the movies and you can start paying down some debt.
I'm obviously going to have to go back. Yes, he wants a white supremacist Superman. I think we've reached that conclusion. Like, he's talking about, like, oh, well, I don't want, you know, them using using their you know, using media to project things that I don't like. And then the next words out of his mouth are, but if I ever got the chance, I would use my power to project the ideals I want. Like, that's exactly what this argument is at the end of the day. It's not that again, it's just like his AMC situation. It has nothing to do with which idea is more popular, which one's more profitable, which one is even philosophically the right one to choose. It's, I don't like that I'm in power. And it has and that's just like what AMC is for him. He doesn't like that he's not in power. He doesn't like that he picked a shitty fucking stock and is now down 99% in his stupid fucking portfolio because he's a fucking idiot. And it just goes back again to this, like, cult mentality of a bunch of people who, like, have never had any power in their life because they have room temperature IQ. They can't be trusted with anything in reality. And so they think that they're entitled to have their way because reasons. Like this is exactly what all this is about. It has nothing to do with, like, ideology other than he does not approve of what is the mainstream culture right now. And if he had the chance and the choice, he would force his ideology down your throat. He is a hypocritic piece of shit. That is Chris Soika in a nutshell.
A white guy, and most
like that
astronauts are white,
popped up
in space, trying to save the world. And he's talking to a little alien robot, and they get along, and they're trying to save the world together. And he's trying to save it. And people are like, okay, well, you know, you could do that. You can make that movie, and people will go see it. Now, if you make him a purple-haired transsexual, you're probably going to lose 90%.
Hey, Fidelity, I picked companies that,
well, it's a great movie. He's saving the world up there, but he's not really a guy. He's a girl, and he's talking to his boyfriend back home, and he's got his wiener chopped off or something. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, like you're not gonna get the audience.
So the reality is those people don't care about making money, though. They care about brainwashing us and our kids and fucking their futures up, right?
Okay, so herein lies the problem. Okay, like you're justice in the American way, the American way. That is Superman
American way.
So from what I'm hearing, and I hope this is what you're saying, you got a big audience. Are we moving away from character replacement? A, are we moving away from character replacement? A, and yes. B, how soon can we expect to see it? Just
2027, 2028. You're gonna.
I thought this conversation was about AMC. What the fuck happened here? I thought we were talking about a stock, guys. What? Did I just happen to just walk into the Hitler Youth rally? What happened here?
Start really seeing it, and there's a real problem here because artificial intelligence is going to be the biggest. So the reason I'm in this play now, it used to be because it was like, I'm doing this for a cause. I'm doing this to save the movie theaters, a 100-year-old company. But now that I'm looking at it, this company has the potential.
What do you think while this idiot is talking? Like, I don't know if I get into it, but I keep an eye on it. Like, you're looking quarter revenue. Like, it's still negative, but they're getting out of the hole.
No, I'm not making up numbers.
Really
look at the numbers that Netflix does. They make $2 billion+ a month. Okay, they're a 23 to 24 billion dollar a year business, and they don't have a single piece of infrastructure that's worth shit. They just create shitty television shows, and they're just the biggest streaming site in the world. But they're not that good at streaming anymore. In fact, they've actually failed at streaming because they know that they're going to start losing money. They have $18 billion in debt.
Yeah, but what's their revenue, Chief? Okay, we're talking about Netflix, aren't we? 1 second. Netflix. So yeah, they have 15 billion in long-term debt. Okay. It's their annual revenue. With an annual revenue of 45 billion, and they make almost 11 billion a year, and it's been growing since 2022. Like, who cares if they have 15 billion in debt? They basically, if they wanted to, could in 1 year pay it down. Like, that's or 2 years, 1.5 years actually. So like, who cares if they have like 15 billion in debt? Like who fucking cares? Like, it's about like just comparing debt numbers between AMC and Netflix mean nothing unless you look at the revenue, how much they're levered up as a function of their balance sheet, how much their cash their cash position is, how much revenue they make, how much earnings they get after paying all their bills and stuff like that. Like who cares if they're levered up more than AMC? They make more money. Like Netflix actually makes money unlike AMC. So like who fucking cares? Who cares if they have 15 billion in debt?
And that continues to grow. So how do they stop getting debt, right? They started doing reality television. They started doing massive amounts of commercials. They started doing
reality television has always been a staple, even of the main major networks, because it's fucking cheap. It's cheap and it draws in views because stupid people like Soika get in front of their television screen and go, hey. It's like that's not unique to Netflix. Neither is advertising unique to Netflix. YouTube has pushed up its amount of ads like every streaming platform. Same with the cost of the subscription, because inflation is a thing. Like what's your fucking point here? Because this is all low IQ shit.
Pay-per-view events, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, which was a complete shit show. If you tried to watch that, it was all blur.
It was a shit show, chiefly because of third-party intermediaries like Netflix. It wasn't a problem with Netflix. It was bandwidth allocation by the local ISPs at the ISP level. They could not handle the amount of people that wanted to watch that. And that's not Netflix's fault. That has to do with local infrastructure for the internet. Things that are way beyond like stuff that he could even begin to understand. I've actually had to lay some of that infrastructure, so I have a rough understanding of how that works.
And it was a rigged fight, which Tyson admitted in so many words.
He did not know. Oh my God. It was not a rigged fight. Okay, side project, because I'm so sick of fucking hearing this. Like, first of all, Tyson was like double Jake Paul's, Jake Paul's age. Like, Jake Paul's like about my age, and Tyson is like in his 60s. Like, do I need to explain more why he lost that fight? Like, are we having any more problems with understanding how this was working? Okay, I don't think so. Good.
You know, Jake Paul getting knocked out by Anthony Joshua. I mean, they're doing these things because they have to.
Yeah, he got knocked out by Anthony Joshua because Anthony Joshua was an actual athlete as opposed to a fucking clown.
To recover money some way. They're not doing these gimmicks because their business works. They're doing this gimmick because their business.
Okay, first of all, that gimmick was Jake. Okay, we're doing a side project. We're doing a side project. We're going to do a side project. We are going to do a side project. We're going to talk to an actual fighter, not a fucking clown who did MMA a couple times, and figure out what this was all about.
Win here. His plan was to run and duck and do everything he could to not actually fight for 8 rounds, then last for 8 rounds with Anthony Joshua and say, I went the distance with one of the best in the world. That is unquestionably, in my mind, the plan here, or at least
that, like, the gimmick was orchestrated by Jake Paul. Like, every one of his matches has had some sort of gimmick to give Jake Paul an advantage. And Super Eye Patch Wolf just, like, explained it right there. He had this fucking ridiculously large ring. Let me roll back
that I have a
bit.
certain amount of training in boxing, in taekwondo, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I am a dog shit fighter by professional standards. I am a hobbyist martial artist at best. Just kind of nuts what people are saying. So if you want to know what the scam was with this fight, all you had to do was look at the size of the ring. It was fucking gigantic, and it was gigantic for a really simple reason. Paul's plan was never to win here. His plan was to run and duck and do everything he could to not actually fight for 8 rounds. Then cannot knock Paul out. You have to have someone at the right range to knock someone out. 1-inch punches do not exist, and it's very difficult to hook someone when they're literally like hugging your chest and have their ear pressed against you. Like, you cannot build up the torque or power to do that. So whenever this looked in any danger of turning into an actual fight, Paul would clinch, or, and I could not fucking believe what I was seeing here, he would shoot for a takedown. He would literally go down on his knees and try and ankle pick Anthony Joshua in a boxing match. And it was
So yeah, like, the whole gimmick was by design by Jake Paul. Like, that has nothing to do with Netflix. Like, this has always been Jake Paul's thing since day one. Much like his brother, he's a fucking con artist. He was never going to have a legitimate fight with anyone because he's a fucking clown, just like his brother.
Wasn't working. And now Netflix is coming into theaters. So they had Stranger Things finale on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, only in AMC theaters. They had One Punch, which just came out last week in 50 theaters. It sold out one day, one release for the premiere of some shit show called One Punch or something, or One Piece. And it did, 35-40 million dollars in a day, just on a TV premiere of a cartoon or some shit like that.
TV premiere on some cartoon or some shit. Like, this is how much he understands the business that he is, like, pontificating about on X. You mean the only one of the most successful animes and mangas ever, One Piece? Like, I'm not even that much of an anime person, and I know that. Like, it was just some cartoon made by those, like, fucking round-eyed Japanese people. It's probably what's going through fucking Soika's head right now. Like, it's a thing. It's really fucking popular, not just in Japan, but here in America. That's why Netflix spent for the rights for it. Just so fucking oblivious. Like, how can you be this fucking stupid and people take you seriously?
So Netflix has to come into our business. We don't need Netflix, but we will eventually.
Netflix does not have to come into your business, but it does make for a very nice advertising platform for them. Like, this isn't the first time AMC has hosted some sort of anime. When I used to live in Arkansas, I went down and I saw the first of the animated movie for Made in Abyss, and literally 10 people showed up. But it was awesome. I got to see Made in Abyss in a theater. It was a good experience. I liked it. But, like, that's what it is. It's about getting people amped to watch it going forward. They're not, I mean, it's basically the old model all over again, except instead of getting you to then, go out and buy the DVD or the VHS or whatever when it comes out, it's to get you to come back to the streaming service. Like, you have a big premiere at the theater. It's all sorts of pomp and circumstance. It's literally a walking fucking advertisement for the show. And then you buy your Netflix subscription and you watch the rest of it at home. It isn't even, I wouldn't call it a parasitic relationship, like, because AMC definitely, I would think, benefits from this. They wouldn't, agree to the deal otherwise. But, like, it it obviously benefits Netflix more, because it's not like they're going to do anything but the premiere at the theaters. All the rest of the revenue, they're not gonna fucking share it with AMC. They want you to get hyped about watching the show. You buy your Netflix subscription and you watch it at home. End of story.
Eventually become bigger and better than Netflix. We will have a production studio if we can get out of debt.
What the fuck?
If we can get out of debt.
How is AMC exactly supposed to afford a fucking production studio? What fucking crack are you smoking? I need to get that. There we go. We're gonna save that. Excuse me one moment. I think I think we need to move on from the citation needed, and we need to move up into the world. You know, we need to get something that really exemplifies Chris and his there we go. Works cited Chris Soika's crack pipe.
They're going to drive the price of this up, and that's coming in 2026. We're gonna start seeing massive amounts of revenue.
2026,
We're gonna
AMC is going to have a production studio. You heard it here first,
which
guys.
is going to allow us to pay down a specific amount of debt. Paying down a specific amount of debt is going to put pressure on short sellers who are holding this thing down, because the less debt this has and the more money this makes, the more this is going to accelerate where people start lasering fucking orders in when they start to see this thing turn profitable. When this thing becomes profitable, everyone in the world is going to start fucking mortgaging their future onto this company.
So
okay?
hey, Soj,
What's up?
debt aside,
what?
what's the current, I realize it's a $1 stock. What's the current P to E? And if you don't know, I'll look it up.
Guys. We'll make this interactive. What is the price to equity ratio for AMC? Disperse. I'll let you guys figure it out.
It up or
The
whatever.
PE ratio has been like negative for about 6 years since COVID. So this is about
that's a buy all day.
6 years. 6 years. Actually, it'd be 7 years since before COVID, dipshit.
Long, because as silly as it sounds, you don't want to buy Apple at a 33 P to E, right? So
no. Well, there you
but
go.
you definitely don't want to buy a company that don't make money, Slick. What? I'm just the stupid. I'm still not there yet. Like there's not enough alcohol in the world, I'm pretty sure. Oh my goodness. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh my goodness.
Understands it. So and here is the thing, right? So your PE ratio is usually in the market at about 20-year PE ratio. You want a price earnings of about 20, right? So your earnings, is
the
this,
trailing 12
and
month.
that goes into your share price, and then you divide that by your shares, and that should be it should normally take you 20 years to pay off your share in order to be considered a normal investment. That is what all the market revolves around. The entire market, this is the big thing you need to understand. You revolve around a 20-year PE ratio, which means that you expect your initial investment that you would make 5 cents, a year in profit in order to pay this investment off. Okay? So will you make 5 cents per share in 2026, 27, 28, all the way up until 2046?
And I feel like the math is off here. Something tells me the math is off.
because you had 5 cents of earnings, your initial investment will be paid off, and then you will start making money. That's how fucking cheap this stock is. Because I don't think you're going to make 5 cents a share.
This math crashed my brain. Well, I mean, right there with you. This whole fucking space has crashed my fucking brain. I I don't I don't know.
I think with the new revenue streams that we have out in popcorn buckets, in popcorn, in grocery store popcorn, in A-list subscriptions, and the deals that we're getting with Netflix and sports and all these other things, you're going to see this recovery speed up and get back to normal. And then this stock, it inevitably, if all things return to normal, this has to go to a higher PE ratio. And then whoever's buying it here, you're also going to see this number. This is a big number here. This is EPS. Now, this is earnings per share.
Oh, I'm glad he figured out what that meant.
Is making 5 cents a year earnings per share. That is a 20-year PE ratio. Okay, I'll explain this one more time. If your EPS is 5 cents, your PE ratio is 20 years, because 20 times 5 gives you your dollar. Okay, that is your earnings per share right here, 20 or 5 cents. That's your earnings per share right here, times 20 gives you a dollar. So all you would have to do is make 5 cents a year to have this EPS.
No, that's the whole. Here's the thing for the normies, and I apologize because I'm the normies. I'm pretty sure I'm older than everybody added up in this room.
Yeah, take a shot.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. 5% is more than you get on a treasury bond, man. You know what I'm saying? So,
which is hilarious because they're down 90%. You simply, if you just held a treasury bond, you would be beating these fucking clowns. You would be beating these clowns. Also, thanks for explaining why everyone is in the stock market right now, because the return on investment of stocks compared to treasuries on average, it just blows fucking socks off of shit. At least they figured that out. But even considering all of this, even considering how well the stock market has done, over the past 5 years, S&P 500 has returned 80%. 80% return. These clowns are down 99%. Not 99% from the peak. Not 99% from the peak of the chart that's in that thumbnail. 99% from what the company was pre-fucking COVID. That is how fucking far down in this cesspool they are. It's how can you possibly do this? We live in an era that is post-Great Financial Crisis. We have had the longest and greatest run in U.S. equities in years, and you are squandering it in an insolvent, shitty fucking theater company? Why? Fucking why?
Okay, now hear me out. This is a $537 million company here. This is why I'm trying to explain this in a stock go up, stock go down. I don't give a shit. We're not talking about stock here. We're not talking.
Again, the stock price is based on the fundamental evaluation of the company's present value. So when he says this, I don't care about the stock price, like, if you don't use the reference point of the company's financials, you look like an idiot. Because valuation is about taking the financial statements and comparing the price to those financial statements. And sure, sometimes those don't match up. You find companies that are undervalued compared to what the company is building. But AMC ain't fucking that, Chief.
About the price of the stock. The lower the price goes, the better it is for me, because I understand this thing over here. This is not what I want to understand. This is what I want to understand.
I'm
How
dying
are they
inside.
stopping it from going to the lit exchange and driving it down? Why would they
No.
do that? Because they wanted to bankrupt it, and I didn't want it to bankrupt it. And they
No.
got stuck because it didn't go bankrupt. So now they want me to sell it
Oh, it's
for
gonna go
prices
bankrupt.
that
Don't
let
you
them off the
worry.
hook.
You'll
I
get to
was
be
buying
just
at
like the Bed Bath
$10,
and
okay?
Beyond baggies.
I was buying here at $10 all the way to $72. Okay,
That makes you a fucking idiot.
I was buying from 10 to 72. My price average is about $8. So if this goes to $8, I am now taking money from my brokerage. They
Best of luck
have
to you in your
prevent
senior
me
year.
from getting this down. I'll never get it down to the exact low of $1.01, but they have to prevent me from making money off of
No.
this trade. Okay, and
No,
they
they
have to
don't.
prevent all the AMC shareholders from
Like,
making
this is just a misunderstanding of how market makers operate. They make money on the spread. Like, it doesn't matter what the fucking price is. The money they make is the difference between the bid and the ask on the spread. Like who cares where the price goes, whether it's up or down? Don't care. All they care is about that spread. And the stocks with wider spreads, more risky to, hedge yourself as a market maker, but juicy spread. Tighter spreads, much more liquid markets, less profits, less risky though. Like, suggesting that, like again, fucking works cited here. Like, the the amount of idiocy that pontificates from this idiot is just
money off of this trade. But how do they do that? They just keep taking it lower. Well, you can't take it to a certain low unless you justify that price. And because for the last 7
and the
years,
financials definitely
6 years
justify that.
through COVID
Like again, we've looked at the financials so many times, and a $1 price is generous. The company is insolvent. It has more liabilities than it has assets. On a fundamental level, the stock should be trading near zero. Like, the fact that it trades at $1 is a benefit to where it should be trading. They should convert AMC theaters into insane asylums. They might have to. Maybe that'll be something they can do after the company goes bankrupt.
and strikes, we lost money. There's no threat here. You cannot threaten all the fake shares that they're selling you. You're like, I'm holding billions of shares, and they're like, so what? So what? Now I'll sell you another fake share and another fake share and another fake share. Well, what can you do about it? You can
Not
go to the
always.
movies and you can start paying down some debt. You can buy some popcorn buckets. I got tons of popcorn buckets.
How do you get out of a sunk cost fallacy? You simply just double down on that sunk cost fallacy. Just keep digging that hole. Don't ever think about putting down that shovel. Just keep digging. Keep fucking digging.
You can get chocolate. There's the best chocolate in the world. 100-year-old chocolate maker makes the chocolate-covered pretzels, raisins, and almonds for
Oh,
AMC.
Jesus.
You can A-list your friends.
I
I
like
A-listed
generic
about
branded
35
food. Who
people.
cares?
Coffee, people in coffee shops. I've given it to people in
I think I might have found a company
my
that I
school.
like.
I've given it to my
Let's
coworkers.
run
Just here, take your kids, take your kids, take your kids. And they're like, yeah, I took my kids to the show. I took my kids to the show. Well, what's up with this AMC thing? Why are you pumping it like this? And it's like, oh, I'm a shareholder. I want the company to do well. That's all. Like, oh, okay, like that's cool. Like you're a shareholder. You just want to. I don't mind going to free movies, right? But in reality, they're getting a popcorn and a drink. They're helping me pay down my debt. And once this debt gets paid down, I'm one of the richest people in the world. Because the PE ratio isn't going to be 5 cents. It's probably going to be 50 cents this year. You see what I'm saying? It's not going to be 5 cents. Now I will have a PE ratio like that.
No, you
I
won't.
will be buying at this PE ratio.
No.
And so that's what I would encourage everybody to look
nuts.
at. The normies is to look at that PD ratio, which is what
Normies.
we're talking about, right? So
Normies, take a fucking shot. All right, I'm gonna, before we get him going, I don't want to just take a look at. Let's see here. 158.1 million shares outstanding.
Yes, that is the goal, to get the PE ratio to 2. And if you make 50 cents for every dollar, in 2 years you pay off. Now you're invested, which means in the third year you're just making money, which means the debt is going to get reduced rapidly. And then not only is the stock going to be like, hey, stop holding the stock here, drive it back up to $10 so he can't get as many shares at $1. Do not let this guy get more shares at $1, because the PE ratio is at 2. We need to make this a 20 PE ratio again. How do we make this a 20 PE ratio? Well, take 50 cents and multiply by 20. This becomes a $10 stock. But guess what? I didn't buy it at 10. I bought it at $1. Now I've 10x my shares at $1.
Your math, sir, is not
got mathing. A 50-cent yield on my earnings. Well, what is that going to do for me? If you still don't have a dividend by that point, you're probably reducing debt, which is going to make you more profit up here when you reduce debt.
The idea that AMC is going to have a dividend anytime in the near future is fucking wild. Fucking wild.
Now you go to a 60 cent or a 75% cent EPS. Now take 75 instead of 50,
P ratio
and you're
about
at
7.
75 times 20. Shit, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. My math is bad. Don't make fun of me.
Don't worry, we've already done that.
75 times 20, and now you've got a $15 stock. How bad am I at math? But now you've got a $15 stock. Okay, so now you're at 15 if you're making 75 cents. And this all translates from, I take this earnings, I pay down some debt. I don't have to pay that debt next year. So now I have a 60 cent.
Isn't that what he was saying AMC was going to be?
I have a 75 cent earnings. And all this while the movies are coming back strong, while AI is there to assist you to make more money, while all of this is turning into like...
Wait. What the fuck is AI gonna do to help AMC? I'm fucking lost on how that works. Can you fill me in? He needs a bigger whiteboard if he's going to talk this much. And maybe put the camera closer to the whiteboard. Like, there's times like his camera doesn't pick up and it's all fuzzy. Second of all, like you said, multiple whiteboards, or at least erase what you put on there. Like, he'll get into just, like, I've done live streams with, and I think you've been here rubbing my axe for some of them, where he just goes on and on and on, and like,
explosion in new content that's going to come out, and it's not going to be woke, because it can't be, because no one will fucking see it. It doesn't matter if it's one battle after another and it's Leonardo DiCaprio.
Focus on good companies. Ignore
some of the most beautiful people down in the listener section and be like, hey, can I take your image? And can we go like out in Chicago? And we're going to have you like run down the street with a gun and like be like, freeze. And you're going to be a police officer in my next movie. What? And you're like, yeah, for like $100,000. Oh, okay, cool. What? I don't have to pay Brad Pitt $20 million to be my movie star anymore.
Wait, whoa, wait, what? Fucking, you're gonna hire untrained actors off the street to be in your movies? I can think of many ways that would go wrong. All right, sure, whatever.
Is anymore, because if they want to create woke garbage, we don't have to support them at the movies. We can create our own content to put in movie theaters, and they know this now. Now they're terrified because they're like, well, we've got to have negotiations about AI. and you can't use my image or my likeness. Who the fuck said we wanted to use your image? Who the fuck said that?
Like, that's a complete non sequitur. Like, the idea of like training AI on other people's content, whether that should be considered fair use because the end product is its own original IP, is a moral gray area and a legal gray area. As a content creator, I kind of lean more towards like you should have to pay and get permission to use that content to, you know, generate AI content. But like that's a complete non sequitur. Like that has nothing to do with any of the fucking political nonsense that you're spewing. It has everything to do with deep philosophical ideas about like what is fair use. And of course, to this idiot, it's just another thing to throw in the fucking meat blender for his fucking political rant. There's a reason why you're fucking broke, my dude, and it's because this, like you in this live stream, is why you're in where you're at.
Some guy who flies around on a jet and promotes freaking climate change agendas and environmentalism. He's on a fucking private jet screwing supermodels, telling me how to fucking spend my.
I mean, like, look, I can disagree with people on certain climate issues, but can we just kind of get over the idea that someone being concerned for the climate at face value is not inherently good or bad? I mean, maybe I would argue inherently good, but like, see, this is just more proof that he has no thoughts other than what people tell him to think. Like, he has not thought beyond what the political people that he follows has told him to think, while claiming that he is some free-thinking individual, and it's fucking hilarious. Like,
money at the pump, and he's telling me to go see his movie. How about I just not use you, and then I use AI to make a better movie?
Hey, Soj, can I ask you?
Use AI to make a better movie. Sure.
Question.
Sure, whatever.
So what about, think about this, another big influence that I think influences my family, and my boys are grown now, and I really pity the people that have children
with,
these days, but what is that AMC?
YALA.
Could there be a possibility of them influencing commercials?
Earnings around
So
2?
because if
That's
you watch
really
any
good.
commercial, I realize this is not the space we're in, but they want you to believe there's a black man at every kitchen table, right?
Yeah.
It's like, so I
it.
mean, what about commercials? Because obviously there's a ton.
Again, man, the American people are going to own their businesses, and they're going to decide what sells, okay, and who they want in their commercials from now on. Artificial intelligence is already erasing all of it. Go look at AI. Go look at every single thing that Elon Musk has posted, and people are going to say, "Wow, he hasn't posted a single Afghani woman. He hasn't posted a single Chinese person."
Probably because he lives in America.
Who he is. He posts pretty much European style women. He's a European.
No, he's not a European. He's from South Africa. Try again. Cannot make this shit up with how fucking ignorant he is. But he speaks so with such authority about how fucking stupid he is. It's amazing. It is fucking amazing.
He imagines what he's attracted to. He doesn't just say a woman.
So
he says
everyone
a beautiful
else, but you
woman
just don't
with
happen
porcelain
to
skin
like
and green eyes,
like
and black
this.
hair.
Like, this is the thing. Again, so do other people. You just don't like what other people like, and somehow that offends you that they make content. and people like that content. You wish that you could make content for yourself, but you're not creative and you're a low IQ fucking idiot, so you can't. I just like all this goes back to the fact that he hates that he does not have power to tell other people what to do. He is an authoritarian little shitbag, and he is too intellectually dishonest to fucking admit that.
Dancing around on a fucking rainbow. That's what he describes. Those are his prompts.
Okay.
That's what he wants to see, and that's what he knows you want to see. And guess what? There's no stopping people from going and seeing what they want to see. If you try to make a Valerian black, people aren't checking in for that, bro. It is
Or
what
maybe
it
they
is.
are.
Make great black superheroes. We had, dude. I went and saw fucking the Black Panther movie. I was thrilled with fucking Black Panther. I'm like, all right, cool. You guys got your own superhero. Black Panther, you're a black guy. That's cool, buddy. I'm not trying to make Black Panther fucking white. I'm not trying to make fucking Captain America black. Like, I don't understand why we
like
no
one did. No one did. Shows how shallow his fucking understanding of like the superhero genre is. He's a wannabe washed up fucking frat bro jock who was too unskilled to be an actual jock. And so he has no understanding that there have been like other people who've taken the mantle of Captain America, just like there has been more than one Robin. Like, there's been more than one Green Lantern. Like, but his ignorant fucking ass doesn't understand that. And he's never cared to understand it until he can use it for his own political machinations. He has, like, this is what people like him do. They go in and they reach into other people's stuff and they fucking co-opt it for their own political ideas. And oh my God, we're I swear we were talking about a theater company at some point, but like,
that it is like, well, we want to feel included. Why can't we be Captain America? Why can't we be this? You have black superheroes. You have Storm. You have freaking Black Panther. You guys can make your own. You have Spawn. You have one of the coolest fucking.
One of the cheesiest fucking 90s characters ever to exist, Spawn. Oh my God. It's almost like there's been multiple Captain Americas. Wow. And just get the fuck out of here.
Characters ever. Spawn is the highest selling comic book character of all time, and it's a black dude. He's a CIA assassin who goes to hell, realizes he fucked up, loves his wife, wants to come back Earth, and seeks vengeance on the CIA who lied to him basically. And he has the power of a hellspawn, and he's getting guided by God's angels to be a good person and redeem his soul. It's like, you have a badass superhero. Why do you want to like be like, no, we should change Captain America? Make a fucking Spawn movie, bro. Make a Spawn movie. Make make a Black Panther movie. Expand your horizons. You guys are AI content creators too. You're black. Just because you're black doesn't mean you can't use AI. I don't know where the whole
please do not make more AI content creators. They really fucking suck. Like, that being said, I have used AI, but like I use it in a way that like I'm still creating my own content. Like, I may use it to do a drawing because I fucking suck at drawing. I'm gonna fucking cop to that all day long. But I can still bring it together to create something wholly unique that isn't just spat out by some fucking algorithm. Like, for example, 1 second here. Where is it? Like the downward spiral thumbnail. Like the art in the back, that's AI, but I still arranged it to create my own content.
You guys have Key and Peele, that guy from Key and Peele. Make black superheroes, bro. Michael Jackson was gonna buy Marvel. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys have all the access. You have more pro black athletes in America with tens of millions of dollars. Create all the superheroes that you want, and then you guys can all go see them. But I don't understand. None of us understand why you have to blackwash or whitewash anything anymore.
You do understand. You just won't say it. It's
No, I
they're
understand. I
sanitizing
understand who's
us.
doing it.
I love
I
you, brother.
understand
I'm
who's
not.
doing it. I still don't.
You know why
and
they're
I
doing it,
understand
but
why.
yeah,
I
no. From
understand that
they,
they want to
I
push
think
miscegenation.
they're willing to. I think they're willing to just shit the bed, not make any money to spite us. But you know all this. I'm not. I don't want to get into this.
When you've got world leaders basically saying we're getting genocided, and you have normal people.
Can we talk? Can we talk about a theater company again?
You're being way too political. It's like, bro, I have literally
we
10
were talking about a theater
fucking
company,
world leaders in Europe saying we're getting genocided, and you're like, don't say that in a space because it's going to turn off the audience to your
genocide. Ah, yes, the white genocide. Jesus fucking Christ. The whole glass. Not all at once, though, because it's still whiskey. We're just gonna take a little break here. We're just gonna take a little fucking break. Why is the price to book plus EPS less? This must have gotten fucked somewhere. Plus M8. That is correct. Oh, because it's a price. It's a ratio. I'm an idiot. It's a ratio. I mean, it's trading at a little overpriced to book, even priced EPS, but getting like a 20% return on equity. And it's trading with a PE of 7 and a EV to E of 2. Enterprise value to earnings. That's kind of fucking crazy. That's going on the watch list. Excuse me for a second. We're going to take an intermission from Chris Soika thinks that there's a white genocide to add a stock to my screener list. YALA. I'll have to keep an eye on that one, because it's hard to beat an EV to E of 2. 1.7 technically, but still. Like the last time I found a stock trading like that. Where's this company from? Dubai. Oh, well, that might make sense, given everything that's going on in the Middle East right now. Still, trading at a like there's no debt. It's got a lot of cash. Trading at an EV to E of 2 with an enterprise value that is almost 0, like it's 250,000 or 254,000 is the enterprise value. Return on equity of 20% almost, and trading at book plus EPS. Just that seems pretty sexy. Not gonna lie, that seems pretty sexy.
It's like, bro, my people are getting genocide. I don't give a fuck about their feelings. Fuck them.
Have you
They're not
shared
the ones being genocided.
like
You're flooding my border with people who hate me. And then you're telling me that I have to pay for them so that they can have a better life. They came here for a better life. Cool. Not on my fucking dime. I work too goddamn hard. I'm losing fucking eyeballs at fucking work. My hands are all cut up. I'm fighting in cages and shit. And you're telling me some asshole can watch.
You lost your eyeball because you didn't use proper safety equipment. That had nothing to do with the brown people you hate so much. That had to do with you being a fucking idiot. Drinking your mushroom juice for your MMA brain damage because you sucked that much at MMA.
Wander across the border, get fucking
we were talking about theater company
and free fucking healthcare from me.
YALA.
Fuck him.
Absolutely.
Fuck
Hey,
those
so
people. And
on
if
all your
if you
AMC,
vote for that, fuck you too. I
yeah,
hope you get
agreed.
fucking all the worst things in the world happen to you.
Did you
Agreed,
hear
brother.
that? Fuck
So
you too.
all your great AMC research and math and stuff, do we have somewhere, and I apologize if I missed it, that we can see all that, or should we like start working together and compile something and getting it out
We're
there?
gonna add stocks here to counter
I mean,
the AMC
again,
message.
you know,
YALA.
it's not a one-man show over here, man. This
On the
is
list.
about, this is gonna blow up in the next 6 months, and the more we push it, the faster this system collapses of fraud. It's a fraudulent system, and they know that.
In case you haven't figured out what it is, I'm looking for companies with a low enterprise value, which means that they've got cash, they've got things that they can expand. I like here, I'll pull back up my thing here. So, you know, we're looking for companies with low enterprise value, good multiples based on an EV to whatever. Then we're looking for good return on our investment. One of the screener things I've got on the Fidelity side that you don't see is that I'm also looking for earnings growth. So we're not just looking at a company that's cheap. We're looking at a company that's cheap and growing. And then to, you know, modify, you know, it isn't just cheap because of the return on the investment. It's not just cheap because of the multiple, but it's also cheap based on its book, or what I prefer. I know book to, people look at price to book. I prefer price to book plus EPS because it's, I mean, price to book is good. Don't get me wrong, but you're just looking at the balance sheet. And that's not like, that encompasses a lot. It's good, but that's not all the value of the company. The value of the company is what it owns subtracted from what it owes plus its cash flows. So that's why I tend to look a little bit more at price to book plus EPS, because you're not just buying the company, you're buying the company and its cash flows. So just to get us all on the same page.
Tokenizing stocks so that there's actual accountability, because they know the entire world is about to lose the American stock market. So the American stock market is going to go down as the most fraudulent market in the next year, maybe two. If
what?
We extend this.
No. If you think the American stock market is fraudulent, I would dare you to go to any other equity market. Literally any other. America, for all its foibles, is the most well-regulated, most liquid, and most transparent market in the world, bar none. These apes with their shitty fucking conspiracy theories have not the foggiest fucking clue about what they're talking about when it comes to market transparency. And given, you know, we have Platinum on, and, you know, we talk about better markets, you know, I like to think of it as like, you know, that the preamble is important. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union. So, like, we may have the best equity market, but that doesn't mean that there isn't room to change. But, like, sitting here talking about how America is the most corrupt securities market in the world is just abject stupidity and metric levels of cope.
They have about a year before we fuck these people up. And when I say we fuck these people up, we expose the corruption, the fraud, the naked shorts, the synthetics, the IOUs, the dark pools. We're going to expose it, because when you do something like this, when you don't do all this stuff, you have to have a company that's losing money. They did this to KB Toys. They did this to Toys R Us. They did this to Sears. They
Oh
took
my
these giant retail.
God, Toys R Us. So, someone who worked at Toys R Us, I am so sick of this fucking stupidity. Toys R Us was a leveraged buyout, which in and of itself has its own things. It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the stock market. Sears, same thing, leveraged buyout. And then got stripped for all its assets by some fucking hedge fund fuckwit. Also, it had horrible mismanagement in the 90s and early aughts. Just there's so much more to this that this ignorant fuckwit is ignoring, and it just
spaces that were breaking even or making a little bit of money, and they waited for an opportunity for them to borrow money. When they borrowed money to reinvent themselves.
Shit, it's the same Morant stuff. See, this is why I try and walk this fine line. You guys may have remembered last Saturday when I had Nick on about the whole private equity thing. And I try to have this narrow split between what's really wrong with private equity and this conspiracy nonsense that Morantz and Soika and all these people talk about. And this isn't just a right thing. It's on the left too. This like weird ass fucking conspiracies about private equity. And part of it is like just the fact that the recent memory of what most people have, and we went over this when maybe I need to re-upload all those like book club live streams that we did and maybe get back into doing that. But we talked about the Caesar's Palace coup and like all these leveraged buyouts that happened right before COVID. You know, your Toys R Us, Harris, all these companies that are in recent memory, large fucking buyouts that went tits up because like the whole financial market collapsed. And like what Nick pointed out, like the whole private equity thing has been, you make a bunch of deals and net because of your leverage and picking your deals correctly, you know, there's going to be some that fail, but the ones that succeed big. That's always been Apollo's strategy. You buy these companies that are junk debt. Like this is the whole thing that like Morantz and Soika get, you know, really tied up about. These are companies that when these like places like Apollo come in, like Apollo is the ultimate value trader. They find these companies that are about to go bankrupt. They're like, they've already fucked themselves. They are going to go down anyway. And it's about determining what is the net liquidation value of the company. And if we can get their debt cheap and come out the other end of the bankruptcy controlling the company and build it into something that we can then sell, maybe we can respin it out and make it a, you know, back into equity markets again. That produces value. That is the private equity model. But you know, early in the early 2000s and still today, you have the big problem that has become the new fantasy for a lot of these hedge funds is the LBO, the leveraged buyout, where you stack up a bunch of fucking debt and you buy these companies with, like, as you know, Nick pointed out, with these like inflated EBITDA models based on, well, we can leverage it up, but because of its EBITDA, which, you know, is misleading depending on the type of company you're operating, and you get in over your fucking head, and the company goes bankrupt and it has to get restructured, and it's just, private equity has its foibles, but it's definitely not what all these conspiracy theorists make it out to fucking be. And my big problem with private equity is we're coming into a tighter credit market. It's the reason why USD is up near, you know, the DXY index is up near 100. It's hanging out in the 90s. There's not a lot of liquidity in the market right now. And why would I spend my money with a hedge fund or a PE group that charges these obscene fees for me to participate in their, you know, their management deals, when I can just fucking cash in on the biggest stock market rally that's been going on for the past 10 years? Like the stock market, you know, prior to it getting fucked since Trump took over, was like returning like 12%. Like, why would and the management fees for like VOO or SPY or whatever the Fidelity equivalent is negligible. Why would why would I get involved with a PE firm? That's why they're trying to weasel their way into your 401ks. They want that money because they're running out of it. Like for these deals and everything. They need that leveraged cash. They need access to money to perform these deals. And there's quite frankly not a lot out there. And that's the real scam. Getting uneducated dumb money dopes like you and me to fork over our retirement money so they can go throw it in a fucking furnace. That's the real scam.
That's when the short.
And that's coming from a libertarian capitalist.
They took the stock and they said, we're going to make Sears into this new thing, and we're going to have an online store, and we're going to raise $3 billion. So they borrow $3 billion from a bank, right? And they have their stock at a certain number. So all of a sudden people say, I like the new idea. I like that they're going to go online. I like Sears products. I like that it's made by Sears. So people start buying it, but they start holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it and holding it. And all the people that are buying Sears are going, why isn't this going up? They have this new idea and it's developing and they're coming out with it. And then all of a sudden they're going, wow, but the debt is at $7 billion and the stock price is going up. And that's when the slander comes in. Sears is a bad company. The CEO doesn't know what he's doing. His new
Okay. Okay. Like we gotta bring back the citation needed.
ideas aren't resonating with shareholders. And all of a sudden people are going like, oh shit, I don't know what's going on here. Like maybe I bought into Sears, maybe it isn't a good idea. And that's when the stock price goes from
it wasn't. It was a poorly managed company.
And all of a sudden you're going, oh my God, I gotta sell. Nobody wants this stock. Well, guess what? They just shorted that company out of business. They destroyed.
Oh my goodness. If the company is making money, it doesn't matter. Like, this is the most retarded part of their entire conspiracy theory. If the company actually made money, all of this does not fucking matter. Who cares what the fucking stock price is? If the company makes money, it will continue to exist. You cannot short a company into bankruptcy unless it does not make money. I cannot emphasize that enough. You cannot short a company into bankruptcy unless it does not make money and requires stealing money from its investors to exist.
They went towards us.
Yeah, so they see that they actually see the order book, right? So they're hitting the leverage longs the same way. So they'll fuck you either way, right? It's like,
well, that's again. So this is how you get them though. We've never had a collection of like-minded individuals, aka shareholders, who own one stock. There's never been a company that's owned 100% by the American people until now. This is the company. 100% owned. 340% owned minimum is owned by the American people. So we don't just own this company.
It's not
we
a
own
good
it
thing.
325 to 340.
Like if a company is not at least at some level institutionally held, that's kind of a bad sign. That means that there is no institutional like they've already given up. They've looked at the company, they've looked at the financials, something this fucking clown hasn't ever fucking done. And they figured it out. They figured out that this company's fucked. And they want nothing to do with it. So there you go.
%. We own 3 of these companies and only one exists. So they sold this company over and over and over to us, thinking they would just hold the shares and hold the shares and hold the shares, even if it meant selling shares that didn't exist anymore or IOUs that didn't exist through rehypothecation. But when they rehypothecated these shares and sold them and sold them and sold them, they were like, it doesn't matter because they'll never become
I don't want
solvent.
anything to do with that
They'll
one.
never make money as a company. So fuck these people. If they don't make money, they're going to go out of business. And if they can't raise money through the stock,
He he fucking gets it. He fucking gets it. If the company doesn't make money, it goes out of business. Was it really that hard, Chris? Was it that hard to figure out? Wow.
Can't pay down debt. So what we did is we said, let's get smart and create revenue streams, even though there aren't movies coming out. Okay. And this is what we did, man. We created revenue streams. This is a fucking Jaws popcorn bucket for the 50th anniversary of Jaws. Okay. This is a popcorn bucket. Okay. This is what we did. Now, I don't need one of these. I don't need one, and you don't need one either. But why did I do it? Why did all the
He is seeing the inherent flaw in collectibles live and is ignoring it. Also, there is no moat to this. As soon as AMC started doing it, every other theater company started doing it. Like, that's the big problem with what AMC is doing. It's like there's literally no moat to any theater company not doing the same thing and then taking that market share away.
AMC shareholders go out and create this new market. They created a new revenue stream for the business, and it caught on like fire. It's a $110 million a year business, and it's only been around for 2 fucking years. Okay? In 3 years, in 4 years, when movies are at all-time highs, we could be expecting 150 to 175
I don't think I'm gonna miss anything. I'll just let them keep going.
Popcorn buckets, trinkets, and merchandise. When the movies start hitting, expect these to start selling more. Spider-Man, Odyssey, Mario. All of these things are going to get better and better. And if I showed you the original popcorn buckets, it's just a popcorn tin with a picture on it. Now we're getting into toys. We've got fucking toy cars. We've got night lights. We've got, I mean, just the most amazing stuff. If you like going to the gym, you know, if you need like something for cold water, bro, they had cold water containers. These things keep my water cold. This is an Autobots Transformers 1 like thing, and you can just put water in it. It keeps it freezing cold. Like they're coming out with things that are significant, and they change from popcorn buckets to actual like ornamental things, right? Now, I'm not saying you need them, but people like to collect stuff. And as part of the AMC movement, we're creating a collectibles revenue stream. And by creating that collectibles revenue stream, we were able to slow the losses on EPS for 2 years, which ultimately kept us alive. We survived because of popcorn buckets. I know people don't want to believe that, but they were bleeding us dry. They were taking the stock, and they were not allowing us to buy shares. And guess what? We were able to go and buy popcorn and drinks. We were able to go buy popcorn at the grocery store.
All right, chat. Did I miss anything important?
It's the biggest distributor of popcorn in the world, and it's not even close. They sell 10 million tons. 10 million tons a year of popcorn. 10 million tons.
So what's the highest margin? I mean, aside from tickets, obviously. What's the highest margin? Huh?
Tickets are not the highest margin part. He's saying AMC would survive because they stole novelty popcorn buckets. Yeah, I kind of caught that as I was coming back down the stairs into the basement. Yeah, I didn't miss anything. Like, no, like the highest margin thing in the theaters is the food. It's the novelty popcorn buckets. It's the fucking popcorn. It's the sodas. It's not the tickets. It's why they've, added alcohol and, you can eat meals there. Like that's where they make their money. Like, how can you own a theater company and be this fucking ignorant?
1,200% on every bucket. 1,200% gain on every bucket of popcorn.
I'm gonna need a citation.
Are there any plans for like some preferred stock for like if some guys want to come in like a high roller and?
We had a preferred stock. They issued it. This is how we caught them.
So listen to this. Fairy tale land now.
In 2022, Adam Aaron issued a preferred stock as a dividend to all the AMC shareholders.
He did a reverse split.
It was called APE. APE.
Yeah.
AMC Preferred Equity.
Man, I'm so glad he did that. I made so much money arbitraging that. That was great. Can we do that again?
And everyone, I think it was like everyone got a 1-for-1 preferred equity for the stock.
Yep.
And
That's why it's called a
the
reverse split.
preferred equity, you know, obviously it gives you rights to the infrastructure in the event of bankruptcy. So the preferred equity really screwed him. But
it's all about the capital stack. Preferred equity sits above common. That was literally the only difference. Both Ape and AMC had the same ownership stake in the company. The only difference was that Ape was a little bit more because it stood a little bit higher on the capital stack. But other than that, there was not anything meaningfully different between Ape and AMC.
They failed to deliver, right? And you know about the failed to deliver system. They failed to deliver hundreds of millions of shares in just the first 3 days. Like it was like 300.
Like the reason was because people were shorting AMC, which, man, with how much that the short interest was, like, again, they were only shorting it for a couple days because, you know, if the arbitrage ended up closing, you know, it didn't matter what the short interest was. I decided to do puts because it was just fucking cheaper and less risky. But yeah, that was the reason why the FTDs were as high as they were, because people were trying to short the stock, and it takes a long time for that to go through the system. But they always knew that they could cover, because as soon as the transaction of converting Ape into AMC and then doing the reverse split happened, they could simply take their AMC and use that to cover their short. That's how an arbitrage works. So, again, just a blanket misunderstanding of market mechanics, and that, you know, the fact that there was these massive FTDs just doesn't really fucking matter in the long scheme of things.
160 million failed to delivers, followed by 290 failed to delivers, followed by 280 failed to delivers. They couldn't even find the shares because
they did. Yeah, they did, because when Ape was converted in AMC, they used those. Like, and again, failures to deliver that are shown publicly, we don't get to see the individual transactions. So for all we know, those failures to deliver could have closed that day. They could have closed tomorrow, and it would be perfectly legal. Could have closed, you know, maybe a couple days, and, you know, the SEC would waggle their finger, but, you know, it'd still be legal. We don't know that. We just know the aggregate number. So there's no way to determine illegality. The only one, only one that gets to see that is the SEC. So it doesn't really matter all that much, dude. Like, unless you see the actual individual numbers and can identify an individual person that violated the law.
They printed so many shares that when the dividend was supposed to roll out, they
printed so many shares. You mean Adam Aaron printed so many shares? It's not mysterious who the they is. The biggest short seller of AMC has been the company itself funding itself by selling shares to morons like you.
Because they didn't have real shares at the brokerages. So they owed us stuff that they couldn't deliver.
No.
You know, if I owe every single person in this room a dividend and I owe you all a purple marker, but I've sold you a bunch of shares that don't exist, when AMC delivers the purple markers and I come up short to you guys, you're like, where the hell's my purple markers? You owe me 100 more purple.
That's such a stupid fucking analogy. First of all, again, the misunderstanding of the fact that everything clears in cash. So who cares if the dividend was a purple marker? How much was the value of the purple marker? Here's the cash value of that purple marker. Now fuck off.
Purple markers. And it's like, well, I kind of been selling you fake shares that don't exist for a while. So there has been no settlement on the AMC preferred equity. So then they undid the preferred equity and they put it back into the shares. So it went from a preferred equity to not a preferred equity.
That was the company, dipshit. The company said at the very beginning that Ape was convertible into AMC. It had the same interest as regular common AMC shares. The only difference was it sat higher on the capital stack. And that at the company's discretion and by vote of the shareholders, those Ape shares would be converted into common and they would be the same thing. Like, why are you blaming like fucking short sellers and all this other conspiracy shit? This is fucking shit the company told you. This just is what's the term? It's just like the good czar evil boyars fucking thing from Russia, where you'll absolve who's in charge, in this case Adam Aaron, but you'll blame everyone else but Adam Aaron. It's fucking.
And then the preferred equity went back into the shares. All right. And the value of the shares.
Hopefully he'll stop being stupid and I can look at
right when
again.
We were about to sell some shares, the stock was at $60. Okay, this stock was at $60. And in 2 days, before we could actually sell our shares, the stock went from $60 all the way down to $30 in 2 days. And then from $30 down to like $12.
Because
what's the catalyst?
Because all of those shares that had been hidden away in Ape were finally realized upon the common shareholders. And that the actual real value of AMC was what Ape had been this whole time. Because of all the dilution. Like, how can you so not get this? How?
On that, what happened in like one sentence? Why did it go to 50% from 60 to 30?
We don't know.
Because you don't know. It's because the company diluted the shit out of your equity interest. That's how. You fucking idiot. What? Remember, Soika thinks dilution is a good thing. I mean, it can be if the company actually uses the money correctly. But, like, it's right there. If you have more of something, the value goes down. You and your dipshit wannabe Republicans, when they pretend to care about inflation, understand this concept. If you create more dollars, then each individual dollar is worth less. It's the same thing with your shitty fucking stock. If there are more shares printed by the company, guess what happens to the individual value of each share? It goes down.
Oh, I believe I know, because if you were to look at a $60 stock and you could sell 100 million shares, which we were all buying, you'd have paid off the debt. And if you pay off the debt, you get EPS. And if you get EPS, everyone holding fake shares is going to get a dividend put on those fake shares. And if they can't deliver the dividend, they're going to go bankrupt because their bank can't deliver the money because they don't have the money in their accounts. So they're continuing to generate these fake shares, right? They're continuing to generate these fake shares. But when these fake shares go away, right, they're going to have to buy the real shares back. But if they decide to continue to sell shares at $1, right, for the rest of time, the only way to make them actually close their position is to reduce the debt and issue a dividend to the shareholders when you have solid EPS, consistent EPS with the company, right?
Is there any unsettled litigation right now?
Well, there is a material non-public information that Adam is in right now. There's an MNPI. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't, brother. I'm ignorant. I'm more of a.
Okay, so
I'm a finance guy.
MNPI, so an MNPI is basically Adam and the board know something that everybody else doesn't, and there's only two things that they could possibly.
Also known as material non-public information for those playing at home. God. Fucking Jesus. I forgot how stupid this motherfucker is. More whiskey is the answer.
Know that they can't reveal when there's an MNPI. One, that there's an investigation into the company for naked short selling or something else.
Nope.
Which would be a criminal act that he can't say he's part of an investigation.
Like, they have no evidence of any of this, by the way. This is just them fucking LARPing again.
Or mergers and acquisitions, or some new development at the company that
who would merge with AMC?
That he's only privy to, that he can't announce yet. So it's either a merger or a massive new revenue stream, which I would count that out because of the money situation.
What
so
money?
It's either a merger or there's something criminal going on in the background and he can't talk about it.
It's doubtful it's criminal, so it's doubtful.
Well, yeah. If it was criminal,
I love the authority there. It's doubtful that it has anything to do with them being criminal. Just eliminate that from your mind right now. Please let the people in Soika's X space tell you how to think.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I was thinking. So,
or it is criminal, and they're trying to build, because they did charge everyone on Wall Street with a RICO case.
What?
There's a RICO case on Wall Street right now.
What? Wait, what? Chat, does anyone know? Soika is crazier than Kais. Again, I still think Soika is Michael. Soika is Michael level of dumb. Like, conspiracy theorists to the hilt. Like, Kais is a different kind of crazy. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, Kais is just kind of Kais. I'm trying to think of anyone that just, like, is even on his level. Like, he's just this kind of... I'm trying to think of... There's anyone in any of these meme stock cults that I could even... Like, Kais is almost like... What's that one GME guy that basically dresses up like he's like a discount, like, you know, great value Ultimate Warrior? Like, that's who I'd like compare Kais to. Yeah, like what are we even fucking talking about?
So, massive one.
Uh-huh.
And
you got a
Doug
case number
from Virtu and all these other guys are kind of like scared as hell. Like Doug Sifu shut down his market making business.
No, he didn't. He retired. Virtu still exists. He just retired from being the CEO. He's on the board of directors of another market making company. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's an abject fucking lie. Like, what? Fucking what?
Was disgracefully relieved from the Florida Panthers Stanley Cup. He was the owner of the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, because he like disgracefully removed. He got removed for basically being a Trump tard like you. Like, I'm generally on good terms with Doug, but like he basically got trolled online and said some very stupid stuff about Canada that was very in line with NAGA, which, like, this again is like this cognitive dissonance that goes on in Soika's fucking head, where, like, you would think politically someone like Doug, who is obviously a Republican, you know, take with that whatever you will, I personally, you know, I've never had a problem with Doug. I'm sure there's stuff we disagree with politically, but like there's more in common probably politically. Well, I don't want to say that because Chris is a fucking conspiracy far right nut job. Like there's things that definitely Doug and Soika would agree on. Like, but because like in the conspiracy cult mindset, Doug always has to be the enemy. The idea that they might agree philosophically on some things cannot be acknowledged. It's just fucking silly.
And he had to resign in disgrace.
Like, he had to resign again because he made disparaging comments about Canada. Something that I'm pretty sure you would do if given the opportunity and the platform in question.
Because he was involved with some shady business.
No, that
there's
had nothing to do with it. Again, he has to lie because of what I just said. What got Doug kicked off of the Florida Panthers was saying shit about Canada. Because he got trolled on the internet. He got baited. He got rage baited, basically. But Chris can't acknowledge that. He can't. So he lies.
A lot going on here that people don't know. There's a lot of shady business going on. And I'm not
It's shady business that he can't define or explain.
Criminal, but to me, I'd rather... the market fixes itself, and people need to understand that. Not always, but the market eventually, people catch on to markets and they start to figure out that there's fake shit going on. And if
right, that's why the company AMC went from this lofty ass fucking price up here that didn't make any sense with the financials of the company and came all the way down here where it belonged. Like, he's right, just for the wrong reasons.
If people know that AMC is going to be a powerhouse in the future and it's going to be profitable in the future, and it's going to have all this success in the future, when movies come back and popcorn selling and merchandise is selling and chocolate selling, and potentially we go into streaming and production studios and all this stuff. If they know that going forward, then they're going to want to merge with us.
Someone sent this on X and it's just fucking brilliant. Who once invited to that party? Congratulations on the new all-time lows. Get rid of
that. Before this thing goes to $10 or $50 or $100, they're going to want to try and merge with us and get the best deal that they can for themselves.
I agree 110%. I would say one thing, just one thing. Yeah. I would agree. Sure. I agree with you 110%. If, and I know it's nothing to do with AMC, you know, if the minute that we try to watch something and we see a man pull in the driveway and stick his tongue in another man's mouth, we turn the shit off. The minute we see a black woman who's running the whole fucking company and she's telling people how to do shit, we turn the shit off. It's just, it doesn't happen.
Just get the racism all the way out there. You heard it here first from Chris Soika's fucking comments section. If a black woman is in control of the company, that's just fucking no. We can't be having that. Can't be having that. There is a TikTok. I'm pretty sure it used to be on my YouTube channel, but I'm betting it's still on my TikTok. Let me see if I can find it.
Can you dig it, sucker?
I didn't realize that was there. Thank you, Booker T. Moving along. See if it's still here. Well, if I can't find it, it was basic. Here it is. Here it is. 1 second. Just to let you know more about the meme stock to QAnon pipeline, as it were. This is Morantz.
This couldn't be my CEO right here. This could not be my
God
CEO.
forbid she had dreads.
Are you joking, Honest Company? Oh, I got to be honest with you. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, Walmart's up. This is the honest CEO. Oh, man, I can't get over this, guys. This is too good for me. Oh, sorry. I know I'm looking rough these days because I haven't done my hair. I haven't put gel in it. Oh, whatever, bro. But that's the Honest Company, guys. That's the Jessica Alba company. Look at this shit. Ah! This couldn't.
God forbid you be black with dreads. Clearly cannot be a CEO in Morantz's world. All right.
Dude,
Anyway,
I'm up to my neck in real business in the real world, and it just doesn't exist. So, if all that can turn around, you'll get a lot more people sitting in those seats in those theaters and eating popcorn
Well, my friend, there's already a movement to stop it in the production studios. They've realized they've gone too far left. Now, I'm not saying there's going to be a complete erasure from it, right? There's not going to be a complete eraser.
okay. Well, at least we've established that.
It's going to be significantly dropped based on what the production studios promised. And if they don't do what they promised, you're going to see people not go see those films. Again, DiCaprio is a perfect example. He was the it guy in Hollywood. One Battle After Another is basically the fucking movie that won the Oscars. And the people who said this is the best movie of the year, it couldn't get an audience to it. It didn't do shit in the box office. And it was supposed to be this great movie because people don't care. They don't want to see them shit on the theater screen. They
According
don't
to
care
Chris
anymore.
Soika.
They don't want what Hollywood thinks is a great movie and what we think is a great movie are two completely different things. What Hollywood wants us to see and what we want to see are two completely different things.
I thought we were talking about a
And
theater
guess what?
company,
The
not
way to
Chris
protest
Soika's
is with your
politics.
money. If you don't want to see it, don't go fucking see it. If you don't want to fucking support that agenda, don't support that agenda. If you think that fucking Supergirl is a girl boss movie and you're tired of girl bosses and bitchy attitudes, don't go see Supergirl. Go see something else, though. Go see something that is
I
up
didn't
your
realize
alley.
there was a
Because this
Supergirl movie to
is
begin
our
with.
business. This is our business. Do you understand? We own this business. So not going to movies doesn't help us. Going to movies that we want to see helps us. Spending popcorn, getting drinks,
Going to
getting
movies in
chocolate,
general would help
going
you,
and seeing
but
movies that
whatever.
we want to see helps our business. So don't just say, I don't want to see any movies because a few movie production studios make everything fake and gay and I'm tired of it. Go find
Fake
movies.
and gay. Just get it all out there. Just get it all out there all at once. Like, I wish he would just admit what he really believes rather than playing this game, this fake fucking game of, well, I'm not really a bigot, but I think the gays are fake.
That interest you. There's a great movie coming out in.
Just admit it.
Look
You're
at this.
a bigoted.
Extra AI. That's an interesting one. There are tons of movies
Piece
coming
of
out.
shit.
For 4th of
Just
July,
say
we
it.
have a Angel Studios George Washington
Just
movie.
be honest.
I know
That's
you're
all I
gonna want to
ask.
watch that shit, dude. I know you're gonna want to watch that. There's your movie for July. I don't know if you have kids, but there's a Toy Story movie coming out. You said you're the oldest guy in here, so probably Toy Story's not your thing. but
7%
there's
return on equity
things
isn't
for people
great.
out there
Movie to eat
in
of 6 isn't
in the
bad
theater
either.
space. There are. Trust me, we go to see movies
Let's see
and
what book value
sometimes we're
brings us.
like, we don't even know who the hell made this movie.
So
And the movie's fantastic.
one hump you've got. I'm not blackpilling here, but but a lot of us, and I can't speak. A lot of us are extremely fucking blackpilled on this, right?
Yeah,
So we would
fine.
love to see this thing turn the corner, right? So,
Well, it's not about movies. See, you're making this about movies right now, and it's not about movies.
well, I
This is not
thought this
about
was
movies.
about movies. Forgive me, brother.
Nope.
I thought it was about movies.
Yeah, I was
Forgive me.
confused
It is
that this
not.
was
It
about
is
movies
about
too. I thought we were
taking
talking about a theater
50%
company.
of every movie that's ever created for the rest of time. No matter what shit it is, I want to own, once I get this debt paid down, no matter who makes a movie, no matter how shitty it is, I
Like,
want
it's
50%
amazing
of
how long that Adam Aaron has been able to string along clowns like this, that he's going to pay down the debt. Like, let's be honest here. That's just not how Adam Aaron rolls. Like, I feel like I should just make a whole movie on it about how Adam Aaron has been in the not he's been in consumer discretionary, but it's in like vacation stuff, like you talk about Vail, um, Royal Caribbean, stuff like that, where leveraging up the company pays off. Giving people this like premium experience. You've got people who are vacationing. Even during down times, it always pays to invest, because when the customers come back, it's bigger than ever. And theaters just don't work like that. They just fundamentally don't. And that's like the big problem here. And I don't think Adam Aaron will ever pay down the debt. Number one, because if a company is good, it's not bad to be leveraged somewhat. It's just not. Like, having a little bit of leverage to try and as long as you can afford it is good. It's good. It allows you to maximize your return on investment. So like, this clown thinks that a company should be ran like his fucking, household budget, and it doesn't work like that. It don't work like that, bro. Like, this is business economics 101.
That movie. One battle after another, sure, put it in my movie theater. Give me 50% of every ticket you sell. I don't care how woke it is. I don't care how gay it is. I don't have to go see it, but I want 50% of every ticket that every person spent on. I want 50.
He's just got to hammer that home, doesn't he? He's just got to make it about them damn fucking gays. They just, like, are ruining everything for him.
50% of every ticket. Every person that ever walks through the door of AMC will have to pay me 50% of every ticket that is sold.
So let me ask you a question, dude. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So what if you, like, let's say movie theaters in Massachusetts? What if you put all spook movies and gay movies up there, and then those in Alabama, you just put like white superheroes?
Yeah, like why not? Let's just bring back segregation. That just sounds great. Fucking I have entered Malpheus, and there is no escape, is there? Yeah. There just, wow, this is how you become a black spiral dancer, isn't it? Ooh. Escape button, please. Escape button.
Because they only make.
That's just marketing. That's just regional marketing, man. That's for people.
Yeah, that's his marketing, guys. Using our theater company to do fucking segregation is just marketing, guys. It's just marketing. Oh, fucking shoot me.
Who run movie theaters to decide. That's for them. They can do that. They can choose that. I don't have to choose. I don't care what's playing in the theater next door. That's not for me. You're taking this to like a segregation level of like Alabama can have.
Oh, he admitted it. He admitted it. He admitted it. He admitted it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm going insane. Oh. Wow. All right.
People, and then New York can have all that gay shit. And it's like, no, New York can have all of it if they want. New York can have white shit, black shit, gay shit, trans shit. They can have it all. It doesn't matter to me. I own AMC theaters. Anyone who wants to see a movie, as long as they
we're gonna ignore him for a second, and we're gonna start looking at companies.
Can watch whatever movie they want.
I'm a little
50% of it. Make it, and as long as you're not inappropriate in my theater, you can buy a popcorn and a drink and watch whatever propaganda piece you want to feel better about yourself.
Understood,
like
brother.
the movie?
As if what you're suggesting isn't propaganda. Fuck off. All right, for a second, I'm going to interrupt our regularly scheduled bigot to talk about actually good companies. So I'm looking at NEXN here, and I'm trying to figure out if it should go on the screener here. So we're talking about companies in the session in the sector that is communication services. So let me see here. Where is this company based out of? That should probably give us a good idea of what we're getting ourselves into. Tel Aviv, Yafo. Where is that? Oh, it's in Tel Aviv. Well, fucking don't tell Soika that. All right, so it's an Israeli company, trading at $6.58. PE of 12, and an EV to enterprise an enterprise valued earnings of 6, which is pretty good. Not as good as the last company we were looking at. It's also just not got that great of a return on equity, but it is also trading under price to book and price to EPS. So, it's trading under the value of the actual assets on the book. But again, there's a good reason, because our return on equity isn't as great. But they've got enough cash that it kind of like halves the difference. The difference between the price to earnings and the EV to earnings is like the ratio is halved. So I mean, it's a pretty solid company, but I'm just kind of on the fence. Not all the indicators are lining up to say I should get this company, especially when we look at like return on equity and return on invested capital. But it's cheap. The problem is it's cheap because it's a good company, but it's not a great company. So thoughts? Should we add it with YALA there? Like any thoughts in the chat? Is this a yay or is this a nay? I'm probably just gonna keep it on the screener because it seems like a decent company, but I don't know if it should be getting a shout out. Like it ticks 2 of the 3 boxes, but it doesn't tick all 3 boxes, and that's what makes you special in my book. Is when you check all 3 boxes.
Yeah. Do I like the movie? No. But that's the thing, is by us getting people who want to see those movies in there, which is usually like they make like $5 million a movie. Like LGBTQ movies make like $5 million. You know,
he says off the top of his head.
Movies like Colors were supposed to be like everyone's gonna see this. It's gonna be $1 billion movie. It made like $150 million, right? And it was released on Christmas. The people who were supposed to support that movie, Oprah was in it, and all these black stars, and they didn't even go support their own movie. So it's like you're making a thing out of it, and I just don't think it's a thing like that. It's just not. If they want to go make a black movie and put it in a theater, let them go put a black movie in a theater. If they want to put a gay thing in a theater, go right ahead. Until the America changes demographically, anyone that's inside the United States of America.
Yeah, but here's the thing, little fucking Ray. It's like you clearly are opposed to that so greatly. So like this is a meaningless concession. He's setting over here of like, oh well, when demographics change, that'll be okay, but also keep the gays, Jews, Muslims, and brown people out of my country. Fuck off.
I want them sending money to me because I want to control the future of politics. I want to influence politics with my money.
See, he's
I
now,
want to influence my neighborhood with my money. And I want to live around people that I want to live around with my money. I want to choose where I live. And I can't do that if I have to live in Chicago amongst a bunch of woke people who push a specific agenda. But if AMC takes off.
What is it with all these uber fucking alt-right clowns living in the bluest of blue cities or states? It's hilarious. Fucking move. It's not that hard. Save up money, find a new job, move. Like, people like fucking Ethan living in New York, Bam living in San Francisco, this clown living in Chicago. Like, I was fucking 2010 would have been 3 years. So I was 21, 22. I packed up everything, moved to Arkansas. Actually, 2012, so I would have been like 23, 24. Moved to Arkansas. Yeah, I had to crash with a friend for a while. Then got a roommate situation, got a job. You know, like, fucking figure it out. If you hate where you live so much, I do not get this. Why are you living there if you hate living there so much? Like, these people hate themselves, hate their families, hate their neighbors. They're just filled with so much fucking hate. And it's just...
And I start getting rich, and I start getting dividends. I don't give a shit what you're doing over there in Chicago, New York, and LA. I don't really give a shit.
When I have all the power to dictate to you how things should operate, then I don't really care, because I'll get to be a dictatorial pin fucking prick, and I'll get to tell you how to run your lives. Like, that is every end to every statement he makes. Again, also, I thought we were talking about a fucking theater company, not how this fucking clown who has a room temperature IQ is mad that he just can't tell other people how to live their lives.
Shit what you do. If you're going to the theater and you like the movie, good for you. I'm making 50% of it either way. And you're making 1,200% on every popcorn bucket sold and every soft drink sold. Everything is marked up 700%, 1,200%.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and tell you right now, you mark up shit 700%. Ain't nobody going fucking theaters. Fuck, these clowns have like zero comprehension about business, about the stock market, about fucking anything. It is so good that they are not and never will be, because they are so fucking stupid. It will never be anywhere near any position of power because they are so fucking goddamn ignorant.
That debt gets reduced when these movies come back. You're going to have the ability to shape the agendas of the future, because
again, you're back here.
Are not lazy, especially the people doing AI. Look at AI. AI is the least woke thing in the world. It is the least goy slop thing in the world.
Did he unironically say goy slop? First of all, even using that term in its correct form, AI is definitely goy slop. Second of all, oh my god, we just new levels. We are descending into the circles of hell. I think we've reached the 5th circle of hell. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus.
Just look at Elon. Look at anybody creating AI, and it's 99%. It's like knights in shining armor and beautiful blonde.
The content is based on what people ask it to make. And I hate to be this person about you specifically pointing out Elon, but we just did a live stream back on Monday talking about how Elon is basically being accused of running a AI at the back of his fucking social media platform that makes child pornography that literal convicted pedophiles use to make deep fake child porn on his fucking rock platform. Say fucking what?
Women and like cute petite, black-haired, women and gingers. They don't even give a fuck about AI. The people in Hollywood give a fuck about creating, something that's inclusive. And guess what? The people creating AI.
No, again, it has to do with the fact of ownership. If I make something, that is mine. You taking it to train your AI model should mean you have to pay me. You are using my content without my permission to create something. That is the philosophical argument here. It has nothing to do with whether it's woke or not or anything. It's about ownership of a property or article or thing that you have spent your time and energy creating. And someone appropriates that to create something else. Without your permission, without compensating you, they steal it. I know I'm kind of steel manning the argument. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with all of that, but that's the argument. That is why people in Hollywood do not like AI. All right? Has nothing to do with what you're saying. Has everything to do with ownership of a property interest in what you created.
I don't give a fuck to include you.
Hey,
Like this is just proof that people like him are fascist fucking morons. They are not conservatives. They're not libertarians. They're not capitalists. They are people who want to be able to tell you what to fucking do with your life, your property, and it's to kiss the ring and do what they tell you to do. Again, I thought we were talking about theater company, but here we are in politics land again.
This is interesting. So, because I would buy an AMC theater in the South if this is true. So here's the thing.
Oh Jesus!
So let's say
well,
we have
I guess I can
Oprah Winfrey.
I can now understand with Marco there why we got into the segregation plot arc. Glad we figured that one out. Not that it was hard to.
And she was dying to redo Terms of Endearment, which is one of the greatest movies of all time. So let's just say, for example, we have an AMC theater in Chicago, which it would sell out and they'd never stop going. But we have an AMC theater in, say, Nashville, Tennessee, where no one would go see that shit. Are they franchised, or can we choose not to?
No, they have to pay. They have to pay per screen. They pay you to rent your screen.
You follow what
so they have to pay.
Oh my goodness! I can't believe I'm saying this, but Soika, I get why Soika is the leader of this band of idiots. At least Soika understands the fucking business model. He may be a bigoted piece of shit, ignorant moron, but he at least understands the business model. The people that follow him are somehow dumber than he is. If you can fucking believe that. And cannot grasp what AMC's fucking business model is. Whew.
They have to pay an upfront fee for your screen.
So if they want to run,
no, you have to pay for
in Nashville for 2 months.
I take that back. Soika does not understand the business model. You pay to screen the movie. You then charge to make back that money through selling concessions and advertisements on your screen. So even Soika doesn't even understand what AMC's business model is. Jesus fuck tits. Are we still going?
You got to pay for that screen. Yeah, they got to pay to rent that screen the entire time.
And does that cover the lack of popcorn and Cokes if nobody fucking goes? Or?
No, it doesn't. But again, they're paying for the screen time. If nobody goes, they're taking massive losses. They will not survive as a production studio. You will survive as a theater. You will survive as a theater.
I mean, is that a bad question? I'm trying to figure out that franchise.
Because you can terminate their business. You can say, listen, there's been 0 ticket sales. We reserve the right to terminate the movie in the screens. It's not making us money. It's not making you money. We reserve the right to end.
All right, we're bringing back the works-cited crack pipe. We're bringing back we're bringing back the works cited crack pipe because that's where we're at now.
Our business with you on this movie, and we do it all the time with people. We do it all the time with people.
So give us an example of that where you terminate something, not on racial lines, like you terminate something.
Okay.
Just to be clear, not doing a racism. Just give me an example. Or I'm not doing a racism. Just give me an example of how I might be able to give a reasoning to do a racism, but don't do an explicit racism, please.
Recently, there was the movie The Bride. Christian Bale was in it with some other chick. She was the Bride of Frankenstein. And they had like a 2,500 screen domestic release. And I think they shrunk that down to like 350 screens domestically. So from 2,500 2 weeks ago to 350 in the entire United States. And then probably next week, it'll go down to 50 or 100. And then from 50 to 100, it'll be out of theaters in 4 weeks because it bombed. It only made $8 million. And nobody wanted to see some fucking girl boss woke bullshit. It's a perfect example of people not wanting to see girl boss woke bullshit, where she's the fucking powerhouse and Christian Bale is some cuck fucking dude tagging along for the Bride of Frankenstein. You could say whatever you want, but 99% of the country just said, fuck that. And now we have hardcore moviegoers. So I would probably guess that 25% of the business that went to see The Bride was probably AMC shareholders, just to go see a movie to prop it up, just to get money across the register, get popcorn and drinks, and help the company. That's why we do things. We go every week, buy a popcorn and a drink, get a chocolate, get a soda, do all of this because once we erase this debt, the future is ours. We own the future. The future of AI is going to go through a movie theater. It's going to be, just wait until I get an AI program that allows me to edit voice. And I'll be asking Charlie Girl down there and all my friends and Heather and the general will be like, hey man, can you voice one of these characters in my movie? I'll ask you, can you voice a character in my movie? And then we'll make a movie. What are they going to do? Tell us you can't use your own friends to make voices? Well, I have the AI.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no one's going to want to watch your untrained friends be voice actors on your fucking movie. Like, there's a reason why there's this deeply ingrained societal norm in anime that the sub is always better than the dub. And yes, it does have something to do with the fact that the translation is a little bit more accurate in a dub over a sub, but a lot more of it has to do with the absolutely abhorrent 90s and early 2000s dubs from untrained actors that anime studios literally pulled off the fucking street to do English voice acting. Like, if you want to do that, knock yourself out, but results will not be that great.
Generation, how do I select something and then have it come out of that mouth, and then how do I edit it and create the story and roll the story out, and then once we get there, it's like, holy shit, we created a movie. It might take us 6 months or 8 months, but we created something with probably
6 to 8 months to create a movie with AI. Oh, what the fuck happened here? I I can't even comprehend how fucking idiotic that is. 7 to 8 months to make a movie and edit it? How long is your fucking movie? Do you have any comprehension how long it takes to edit something like that? Like, I know I do 2-bit videos that maybe, like run 10, 20 minutes, and I do some pretty sloppy editing probably too. And sometimes it'll take me like if I want to do just like a cut together like edit of a live stream, yeah, sure, I could pump that out in maybe a day or two, depending. But if I'm wanting to like actually put some effort into the edit to, design and create content, I know this dumb fuck will never understand that. He just live streams and just kind of wings it. But like editing together, bringing together some sort of creative vision for the content, shooting, creating. I know he thinks AI will save him from this, but you'll still have to give prompts to the AI, get the results you want, and put it together in a coherent narrative arc and edit that together and create some sort of creative vision. And if he thinks that that's going to happen in 3 to 7 months, he's a fucking idiot. fucking clown.
If you count what I would charge for my time, let's just say, if successful, you're doing it pro bono, right? So it's just off of the sweat and passion of being a hardworking person. I'd come home from work and I would work an extra 3 or 4 hours every day on the movie. And I would get you guys to work an hour or 2 a week on voices and all these other things and reading lines and going over how I want things said. And by that 6 months,
He seriously thinks that he's going to be able to sell home movies that he made with his friends using AI in theaters. I just, the audacity of that level of stupidity is just amazing. I kind of want to see him do it just to watch him so epically crash and burn and fucking fail. Like, that's just so audacity. That, like, the audacity of that stupidity is just.
I would go and I'd take a loan out from a bank and I'd rent a movie theater and I'd say, hey, I want advertisements for my movie that's coming out. It's an animated movie about this, that, and the other, and I want $1 million for this movie idea. And I'm gonna advertise around the United States my movie idea. And then people are gonna go see my movie from the AMC movement and from the ethnic American movement. And then I'm hopefully gonna make $10 million. And then I'm gonna say, I'm investing this back in the community. Who wants to do another one? We're doing this one on Andrew Jackson. We're doing this one on the South. We're gonna make a TV show about like Gone with the Wind style.
No,
we're gonna make a Gone with the Wind
fucking
style television show.
understanding
Not a 4-hour
of
movie,
how
but an
this
entire
works.
TV show about the antebellum era in America.
Of
We're gonna
course
do it.
you
We're
would
just gonna
think
make
about
it
the
'cause no one has the
antebellum
balls or
era.
the money to make
Guy,
it. But we
you
need to
know,
make it.
like that definitely was a subject that's gonna get his rocks off. We knew that much. Oh my goodness.
Use AI to create scenes that may or may not exist anymore, right? We can create those things. We can bring things back to life. And then we could tell stories that way. And maybe the first movie made 10 million, but now we've got a reputation. And people say, "Oh, I really like that movie." Who are you streaming with? Oh, we're streaming with AMC. AMC gave us a deal, $250,000 to put it on their streaming site for 3 years. Sure, it's $250,000. Well, now we can pay our actors. Now we can pay our actresses. We can give a little bit of a cut and a kickback to the voice actors and the people who want to help with the AI. We can go recruit.
The idea that a bunch of voice actors are just gonna want to work for free in their free time for your like little shitty movie project. Definitely a thing that will happen.
The best AI people that are out there and say, hey, we're going to pay you $1 million. Can you help make a movie with us? Can you touch up my stuff? Can you catch the errors? Can you, work on the way that a mouth is formed and the way it moves when someone's speaking? Can you fix that? Can you make that better? And they might be able to do wonders compared to a normal person, right? And now you don't have a $10 million movie. Now you got a $50 million movie. But what's the budget? The budget is millions, not $20 million for Leonardo DiCaprio just to sign a contract with you. You don't need $60 million in CGI creation for like special effects and space fights and
what happens when you
lasers
get a
and
room
planets
temperature
exploding.
IQ
You just need an
person
AI who understands
thinking
that
he
stuff.
knows better than everyone
And if
else?
you do that, if you can get successful, the future is yours. But it all gets funded by this. This is the rinse repeat cycle. No matter what you're creating, it doesn't have to be successful because someone is going to create something exciting and successful. Someone's going to be a great storyteller. Someone's going to be a great creator. Someone's going to be a great writer. Someone's going to master the AI to the point where they make tons of money at the movie theaters. Someone's going to be able to do this shit in 3D too. 3D and the movie theaters in 3D are going to be a thing that blows people away because once AI starts to interact with 3D modeling and like how it works with screens, it's going to be able to create shit that normal working class people in CGI and 3D art, they can't even imagine. You're going to have bullets flying by like you're Neo in the Matrix. You're going to have freaking, helicopter blades flying off helicopters, flying past your head. You're going to be ducking and feeling like you're in the damn movie in the future. Because artificial intelligence is going to have a better relationship for creating the content.
For sure, and that's the future, right? But I'll dig into. I would like to, we need to dig into the order books. I know it's not transparent. It is the dark pool, but selling.
I'm glad,
selling
even though it's conspiracy theories, that we're getting back to talking about the theater company that kind of spawned this discussion. Can we talk more about the theater company and not this like fucking ludicrous dumb stuff? It all gets funded with the points to the 48. Yeah. Like, where do you think AMC's paying for this? Do you think like running your AI program is going to be free? Like, this is the same shit that, like, there was one live stream, or not live stream, Space X Space, that Ethan did after his whole live stream where I caught them basically suggesting that, you know, it would be all great if we could just beat up Adam Aaron. You know, we already know where his house is and we've stalked him back to his house in Leawood, Kansas. So, you know, why don't we just pick it outside his house and then beat the shit out of him? And also, you know, it'd be really great if we could just strangle to death Gary Gensler. After that live stream, they did one where they were basically begging Elon Musk with an @ tag and the AMC thing, and basically coming up with ideas about how Tesla should buy their AMC bags and merge AMC into Tesla so that at the charging stations they could have little fucking drive-through movies. Like, this is all fucking fantasy nonsense. And again, it just proves that the Project Popcorn people and these clowns are one and the same. They're fucking room temperature IQ idiots who have no clue how a business operates and think that they have all these brainiac ideas like they've never, like no one's ever thought of anything like them before. And there's a reason why most of the companies have done this, because it's throwing money into a fucking furnace. A company that is burdened by their debt load so much that it is the reason they don't make money. Like, why would a company make these expenditures? And why would you think that a bunch of retail investors are just going to, in their spare time, just make shitty AI slop movies that no one's going to watch simply for the love of the game? Like, again, all hinges on the fact that they think that everyone's in their shitty fucking cult.
Shares, right? I would, you know, I know some people we could dig into the order books a little bit and just see, and I would share that behind you, only with you behind the scenes, nothing illegal or anything, but
yeah, well, no, I mean, it's information that's public information. If people want to dig, they can dig. You know, it's just the way that it gets. It's the way that it goes. This right here is the formula. They're shorting, trying to put it out of business. We're trying to save the business. If we are successful in paying down this debt, we will be rich. It is that simple.
Again, the only reason that someone could short something out of business is because the company's not profitable to begin with.
100%.
We'll convert to a PE ratio that is absolutely unbelievable. You'll have an EPS of like, dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine if you had a PE ratio of like, imagine if this was like
IDT might make
0.02.
We'll see.
Actually, I can. It was a company called Amgen when you were probably not even born. So, but
again, it happens though, right? It happens, but if you don't catch it when this happens, right, you're gonna go from, you know, a PE ratio of like negative PE ratio to like, hey man, it has a 0.2 PE ratio. Like, the stock is $1, the company's worth $500 million, and somehow in 2027, AMC was able to profit $500 million, which would be like a 1-to-1 PE ratio. You would have a 1-to-1 at that point.
Jesus, that's so good, dude.
And it's not impossible.
It's so good. I mean, you know, if I just make up shit on the fly, I mean, I can think up tons of scenarios that a company could do, but it doesn't mean they'll fucking do it. Like, just pull out any number out of your ass. Fuck it. Like, shit, tomorrow, I think that fucking Qualcomm is just going to own every laptop company ever, and they're just going to make all the monies, and there's just no stopping them, because I say so.
Looking at this, and I know. So the OPEX, OP, oop, that's an R, don't be an idiot, OPEX. The operating expenses for this company are about $4.5 billion a year. We've improved our OPEX, right? Mm-hmm. So you could say 4.6 on that end, right? Because during the summer and during Christmas, we really jack up how many people are staffed at our theaters. But at $5.5 billion in revenue, you're looking with all the new revenue that's coming in and less theaters. We're doing this, mind you all, we're doing this by closing down theaters in bad neighborhoods that are notorious for crime, where people sneak in, steal shit, and do not buy food from a concession stand. We are closing those underperforming theaters down because they're in bad locations.
I love how he's talking about underperforming theaters and not looking at it as they're a bad location because, you know, they're run down, the theater's bad, it's poorly maintained. There's not enough people to justify its existence, and it's just because the poors are there. Never mind the fact that he's one of the poors. Like, it's just so much hate bottled up in one fucking worthless, insignificant piece of shit person. It's just so much. I don't know how he contains all the hate.
And then we're putting premium large format screens in the good locations where people aren't criminals, where they don't sneak past security. They buy things at the concession stands.
Brilliant.
And they go to premium large format screens. So then we're taking the OpEx down.
The most basic business model ever. Fucking brilliant. I've never thought of that before. I don't know how you could come up with something so fucking brilliant over there, fucking mega mind. I feel like such an idiot. How, like, if you put businesses where people will buy stuff, you just make money. So fucking, what a crazy idea.
The operating expenses are going down, and the revenue's fucking
only
somehow
that
going skyrocketing up. This we're talking about basically fucking shearing this fucking this thing off, right? We are busting loose from the chains of debt at this moment, and OpEx is part of the solution.
Yeah, not really.
We've gotten rid of the shitty neighborhoods where people don't fucking buy popcorn drinks, where they skip the line and open the doors, the side doors,
those
and
poor
where they
people.
disable fucking emergency alarms, and they just walk in and watch movies for free. Well, what the fuck am I doing business there for?
Disable
Close it down
fucking
at
what?
least, put a premium large format screen in a nice neighborhood, put the merchandise out, sell the popcorn and drinks, and when the movies come out, we're skyrocketing in revenue. Like I said, $110 million
Every
in
fucking
fucking
person that
popcorn
isn't
buckets.
him.
We make a ton of money from home theater popcorn in grocery stores. We have a merchandise. We're moving into like our food and beverages increasing. Like we went from I think it was like
such
$9
fucking
in revenue per patron to
Oswald vibes
$17.
off this fucking loser.
$9 every person.
Everyone else
$9
is
at the
just
concession stand. Now
so
we're up to $17.
insignificant.
So-
And I'm such a great person. If only people would recognize what a fucking great person I am. Oh, no one recognizes what a great person I am? Guess I gotta go murder someone. Like, that's what I'm waiting for at this point. That just kind of, like, there are like a handful of people that are just like this motherfucker, so fucking hateful about everyone and everything around them. I'm just waiting for the news feed. I don't want it to happen, but I'm just waiting for the moment that I learn Chris Soika today was arrested for murdering someone outside the local AMC theater. Like, these guys hate the world, not because like something actually happened to them, and they project everything about their failures onto someone else. It is someone else's fault that they're a failure, and they can't take ownership or better themselves or do something to get ahead in life. And so it has to be society's fault. It can't be my fault. I'm a fucking super Aryan over here, Chris Soika. So like fucking what? Like it can't be my fault. It can't be fucking my fault. It's just.
Forgive me. Do you have a? And you probably already said this. Do you have a stream inside, like on, like I wouldn't say inside Netflix, but do you have an AMC stream? Where
no, because we as of 2022 legally we weren't allowed to. Now,
what?
2022 there was something called a Paramount decree, and Paramount in 1930 something went and bought every theater in America. There were only like 150 theaters in America, and Paramount bought all 150 theaters and wouldn't allow anyone to put their films on the screen for like 6 months, and it bankrupted 100 production studios because there was no alternative. So they created.
Yeah, it was also the subject of an antitrust law, and that was stopped. I'm just saying.
All these films that basically just burnt. They were wasted. They were lost in time. People went out of business. Production studios went out of business. So the government stepped in and said, you cannot own movie theaters and a production studio at the same time. You have to own one or the other. So Paramount went into production, and they surrendered the movie theaters, and then it became anyone could buy these theaters back. Well, that's kind of how the big six were formed, right? Because they survived Paramount doing that. And they became the biggest production studios while everyone else went bankrupt. So everyone went to work for Paramount and Disney and Warner Brothers and all these, you know, the MGM and all these other ones, because every other production.
Which is really fucking funny because he wants AMC to have a production. You know, don't think on it too hard. Don't think really hard on the antitrust implications of his whole plan to make AMC profitable again.
They went under. They couldn't survive. But now in 2022, right at the peak of COVID, right when the movie theaters should have went out of business, they passed a law saying movie theaters could own streaming sites, they could own production studios, and they could do whatever they want. So now, if we get this thing out of debt and we make money The reason we can't make a streaming site
I
is
really
we,
would
we,
like
we
a citation on
because
that.
of our debt covenants during COVID. We must pay our debt first before we go into new business ventures and revenue streams.
So what is your looking at with current revenue and the debt you have? What is like, what would be a, like, in the future, when would you think you might be out of debt? But I think that you're believing that, you know that your sales will go up, right? So
Right.
when would you be out of debt? What would you
I think you'll be completely out of debt by the middle of 2027, and that's not because you'll pay it off with revenue. I think that as you get positive EPS, it will threaten the share price at 101 because you'll see this PE ratio start to appear, right?
I probably should let him finish this line of thinking, but he doesn't think they'll pay off the debt with revenue. I heard that right?
And that once that PE ratio starts to change, immense pressure will be buy pressure will be put on the stock. The stock will run to a specific number. Let's say it goes to 10. Now he sells 100 million shares at 10. Okay, he now eliminates, on top of the fact that
you do realize that this puts a ceiling on the price, right? Here I go using my brain again, though.
he's making money.
I just need to consume more alcohol and stop using my brain.
$3 billion in debt.
Oh, the minute that
Make
debt's
all this
gone
make sense.
and that PDE comes down, it will run for sure, man.
It'll explode.
Yeah.
It'll run. Trust me, bro. It'll just magic, just fucking magic.
Well, it's only a $5.5 billion a year business. If you look at it that way, that's why I think you're stupid. And I have no problem saying the thing. If you look at AMC as only a potential movie theater business, that's why I think you're stupid. Because it has the potential.
Says the guy working a minimum wage job with a fucking glass eye because he was too stupid to use protective eyewear. Fucking has the gall to call everyone else fucking stupid. Get the fuck out of here.
To just immediately go into streaming, make a production studio. If it gets a little bit of debt paid down and it refinances the other $3 billion, if it refinances, pays down some debt, gets the balance sheet shored up, profits are rolling in, revenue skyrocketing, the stock is up. If all systems are go, right, there is going to be no way in fucking hell they're going to be able to short this thing. And once the shorts start to close, you could see a short squeeze here. And if there's a short squeeze, he's going to dilute into the short squeeze at numbers way higher than 10. And then he's going to pay off the debt. And if he pays off the debt, he's going to be able to go into those new revenue streams. The revenue's going to
Or they could just fucking make money and run a business.
go from $5 billion in 2026 to $25 billion in 2020.
It's so fucking hard.
If there's a score,
this feels like a fucking MLM or a get rich quick scheme. I mean, because it is, but fucking just buy a company that makes money. Stop buying companies that are shitty and don't make money. It's really not that hard. There's a lot of them.
Man. If there's like a short squeeze and they push all those shorts out, it'll 10x, man, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, just 10x.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're buying down here at $1 and you can get it to 10, then the CEO can step in and he can eliminate the debt. But people say, well, if he dilutes, it should go down. No, if he dilutes at 10, the debt will go down, which makes the PE ratio improve, which makes the ability to get.
If he dilutes at 10, it doesn't matter if it pays down the debt. It's net, it balances out because you've now made each individual share worth fucking less. Also, if he pays down the debt, that takes the money off the balance sheet to pay the debt. Diluting the stock is not just some magic fucking, cheat code. It has ramifications on the company, you fucking idiot.
New revenue streams going happen, and they will all understand that where we're going with this, and they would not want to step in front of that freight train.
Well, so right? What the normies don't understand is when that PDE goes down, all those algorithms kick in.
The normies take a shot
on the fucking on the big platforms, right? The minute that PDE hits a certain percentage, all those algorithms kick in.
What they mean by normies is people with an IQ above room temperature.
And so
absolutely. And then you have to try to justify delaying this, and you can't. So again,
I also like the fact that they keep saying they keep saying normies like anyone else then the people inside their stupid fucking cult are listening to them and taking them seriously. Like we're all just sitting here like, do tell us more, Chris Soika. I can't wait to learn about how AMC will make us all filthy rich. It's such MLM vibes of just like, he feels like he has this captive audience and he's handed out everyone their little bowl of AMC popcorn. It's like, if you sell this and the movie tickets to everyone and you get your friends to do it and you get your friends' friends to do it, you'll be filthy rich. Like you listen to him talk about A-list and all this stuff. Like, it's a fucking MLM, and it's just so fucking sad.
One, you have Toy Story bleeding over into July. But you also have Minions, which is an $850 million franchise, coming out on July 1st. Young Washington comes out on the 4th of July, which is an abnormal release, which could do hundreds of millions of dollars if there's as many patriots in this fucking movement, and if there's as many patriots in this country as I think there are. That runs into a Moana movie, which is typically a $1 billion franchise, Moana live action, which runs into Christopher Nolan's movie, The Odyssey. Now, you can say what you want about race swapping and all the other shit, but most people aren't going to give a fuck about that. That's about a $900 million to $1 billion movie just off The Odyssey. And it is as good as they say it is. And as good as they say it's going to be. There's people speculating it could stick around in the IMAX for a month and a half, and that this movie could do $1.2 to $1.3 billion. That movie also runs into Spider-Man Brand New Day at the end of January, which always does $1.3 billion plus. So not only do you have $1 billion in Moana, you have $1 billion potentially in Christopher Nolan, you have $1 billion in Spider-Man in one fucking month.
Is there any relationship between? Is there any relationship?
AMC isn't getting all of that. Just for the record, there's other theater companies, like.
Between the investment in the movie itself and your commitment, or we just hope that it rolls. I mean, is there any internal relationship behind like, so let's say, for example, Warner or Paramount sticks, whatever, however, hundred of millions into a flick, and then how long it would be in an AMC theater? Are those things not related at all?
Yeah. No, they're super related. So the longer a movie runs in our theaters, the greater percentage we get from the movie. So if a movie makes it to the second week, we make 52%. If a movie makes it to the third week, we make 54%. If a movie makes it to the fourth week, we make 56%, 58%, 60%. So if these things run for 5, 6, 7 weeks, and there's a commitment to that from production studios, we make insane money. And what's weird is, during and right before COVID, there was a commitment the other way. They wanted 30-day windows. So we gave it to them, and they lost money because of it. They tried to pump their streaming sites, but as there was more diversity of streaming sites, people had to cancel certain ones. So people canceled Netflix, people canceled HBO, people canceled Paramount to go to something else. Because after you watch the entire catalog of bullshit on a streaming site, you can cancel it. And you can always come back 6 months later when you're...
Wrong. That's not how that model works. It's usually people tune in for one specific show and then cancel. Like, these companies have such crazy large backlogs. Like, that's not why you cancel. You cancel because you were looking to watch one specific movie, and that or one specific show, and once that show is done and you binged it, then you end your subscription and move on to the next one. Like, how is this business model so hard to grasp? Don't answer that question, actually.
Your TV show comes out for $9.99. Well, guess what? For 6 months, they've been making 40 television shows. Well, I only watched 1 television show or 3 television shows. So you made 40 television shows for the price of my $9.99 subscription. You're a fucking idiot. You spent billions.
Yeah, but you're not the only person on the face of this planet. I know that's really hard for you to understand, Chris, but they don't just make content for you. I know. Crazy fucking idea. I remember like 2 years ago, he was talking about how Craven, The Hunter, and all these other movies that were coming soon were going to make the company billions, but it never seemed to happen. Yeah, again, because they got so much debt. Like, that's the problem. There's just too much debt on the balance sheet. They are an insolvent shitco. Like, again, that's the reason why they spent all this money up front to make these shows. The idea is to get everybody have a diverse amount of content. There's stuff that, Hitler Youth Chris Soika won't watch, and there's stuff that I'll watch. And then there's stuff that I won't watch, and Hitler Youth Chris Soika will watch it. Like that's the business model. Like to create a divergent amount of content and get as many people in the door as possible. And since these movies are made on a relatively cheap budget compared to most production studios, sometimes it shows in the quality. Then it doesn't hurt that there's only so many goose-stepping Nazis like Chris Soika that will watch his content. They can make it up on everyone else who isn't a bigot watching a certain show and make lots of money.
Millions of dollars to recover $27 from me.
But that's on ticket sales, right? So let's say Titanic, like something. Let's say AMC, we get lucky, right? We get the next Titanic, right? And it runs like that 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 2 months, and those percentages are going up. That's on ticket sales, right? That's where that's coming in. But with the revenue on the popcorn and the soda, that high margin shit, obviously those people are still coming in, right? So I'm trying to.
Yeah, we only get that though. Only AMC makes money off of concessions. So we get 100% of popcorn and drinks. We do not split that with production studios. What we do split on is, again, if you're going to sell like this right here, I don't know, I forget who made this, but this is like a Beetlejuice cup, right? And it's like super high quality. It's really nice. Got a great grip. It's like a sweat-free grip. I've got like a whole ton of merchandise, right? This is like the Jaws one. The Jaws one is sick for the 50th anniversary. So we split a certain percentage of merchandise.
Like who? Again, yeah, I agree. Who's this fucking we? When someone is trying to co-opt you into we without your permission, you should be really fucking suspicious. Who is this fucking we? Who? What? Like who is we? I didn't ask you to incorporate me into your shitty fucking cult. There is no we here.
That's with popcorn and drinks. That is 100% take on the house.
So what you're doing there is
and that's why I tell people the most important thing you could do is get a popcorn.
Right. So what you're doing there though is you're moving into like the sports team where when we go to see an NHL game and we buy the Tampa Bay Lightning cup, we get the fucking cup. My son gets to bring it home, and then he gets to drink out of it for the next 2 years, right? That kind of thing. So.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. It's an experience.
The kids, I'm telling you, the kids love that, dude. I'm telling you, they want that memorabilia.
Yeah, but the cup is like really stupid fucking cheap. Like this memorabilia that like the fucking Jaws thing, like I get it's cheap, but like it's not as cheap as a fucking Dickies cup. There's a fucking difference there, bro.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you so.
Absolutely, and again, we're getting into toys now, and that is an interesting thing. You're going to start seeing toys roll out, and we have the potential.
Yeah, how much do they have to
discount?
Hey,
Chief, bobbleheads will be next. That'll be your next one, dude.
We have bobbleheads. We've had bobbleheads. We've had something like that. I forget what they are, but we've had something like that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind bobbleheads.
Hey, listen, it's like when you were a child. It's like you think back to McDonald's. The kids were like, "Mom, go through that drive-through because I get the fucking toy." Now we all hate that thinking about it, right? But the truth is, we all did it, man.
Yeah,
and the kids got that. And so
you fucking hate that because the idea of having a childhood for these kinds of people is just abhorrent. Fucking.
So what does it get? It gets you the 100% markup on the hamburger. It gets you the 100% markup on the soda, right? And then you give them that little toy you got from China for 6 cents who gives two shits, right?
Right.
I love that he has equated that there's just some sort of markup that's 100% on the burger, like as if there isn't labor in there, as if there isn't fucking the cost of the goods. Like labor is the biggest cost. Paying for the fucking property, the franchisee payments that you have to make back to McDonald's. Like, how much this fucking idiot has simplified down the business model of McDonald's so that his tiny fucking brain can comprehend it is, again, these people should not have self-actuating brokerage accounts. They're that fucking stupid. It's like fucking I just need to get that sign back that says make sanatoriums great again. These fucking people are so fucking stupid. They are a danger to themselves and their financial futures. And quite frankly, they should have an account that is no more interesting than a 401k. You can buy VU, you can buy certain fucking like bonds, and you can buy certain closed-end funds, But like anything else, you're too fucking stupid to handle. Clearly, you don't get to do that. Like picking individual socks, you're too retarded for. You don't get to do that. And eventually, with all these conspiracy theories, I want to be and the whining to fucking Congress and like the MMTLP people whining to the SEC. Eventually, there's just gonna be a law that just comes down. Like either you sign away that you do not that you know you attribute no responsibility to certain people for you being an idiot, and if you run your portfolio into the ground, tough noogies, or you know you're just gonna get the short bus account. You get to you can buy ETFs, you can buy bonds, you can buy close-in mutual funds, but like anything else, you're too fucking stupid for.
But again, this is marketing 101, and it's a lot different than McDonald's because you buy the merchandise with just because you're just buying merchandise. You just like that. You came for that movie. Like here, I'll show you one. Where is it? Is this it? So this is something that came out with the Barbie movie, and this is Margot Robbie. And my girlfriend was like, "We got to get that." Like I own
the irony of this anti-woke crusader having Barbie products, a overtly feminist character, is just, you like the irony of that is just fucking chef's kiss.
Barbie, guys, Barbie the movie, and we got a fucking Barbie car, and you know, it's like I don't look at it as like this is a toy. I when this hits, I gladly give the Barbie to a girl. You know what I'm saying? When this hits, for now it's a showpiece to let people know I'm buying a fucking Barbie. People, I got a Barbie car, I got a Barbie doll. I buy these things because once the debt's paid down, I'm rich. Money's just going to keep funneling in and funneling in and funneling in. And there's no way to stop the movies from coming out. I mean, you can't tell people, well, we're just going to strike. Go fucking strike, Hollywood. Go on. Stick your fucking head up your ass. You guys had COVID. You guys had the 2023-2024 strike. You didn't make any fucking movies. I don't give a fuck if you ever work again. Because once AI comes out, I'm putting all the prettiest and coolest people in fucking AMC in my movie. And I'll sell movies. And I'll tell people stories about things. Because there's plenty of stories in history that we can create. And if you don't want to support that, then fuck you. You know? But we're not playing ball with being jerked around by Hollywood anymore. I'm tired of Hollywood.
As if you have any
gotta
say.
Be inclusive, and you've got to be fucking letting God. We gotta like that guys kissing each other.
God forbid that you get along with people around you. God forbid that you treat everyone equally. God forbid that like other people that are brown are in my fucking movies.
That's gotta be part of your story. You know, like it's like if it's not. I understand they exist, but it's not crucial to the story.
IDT, I don't think I'm going to stick around with.
You know what I'm saying? I understand. And if it was crucial to the story,
like,
let me decide if that's a story that
Hey,
I'm
look,
going to be part of.
listen, Elton John was a faggot. He's one of the greatest
okay.
musicians ever. Listen, Freddie Mercury was a
Return
faggot.
on equity
He's one of the greatest musicians ever. We've got to watch that. And there's a brother of mine down there. I see him right now. There's a brother of mine down there right now who's a fucking great guitar player, and I see him. But the bottom line is, you know, if it was real, it was real. But this character replacement shit, you're not going to find anybody in this audience that's going to fucking go. You know, that's the whole thing, right? So.
Well, I mean, trial and error. They've lost money for the past 5 years, okay? And they lose significant amounts of money in the box office when they do it. So now you're watching them slowly start to say, we might want to back out of this situation because our normal demographic of people who actually pay
again, like this is the guy who just got done promoting Barbie dolls, talking about wokeness. You can't make this shit up.
Movies who actually buy popcorn and drinks don't fucking like this. And people will tell me, that's not true, Chris. There's tons of people who support this. Okay, one battle after another won the fucking Oscar, and it flopped in movie theaters, okay? The Bride has Christian Bale in it and another great actress, and it flopped in movie theaters. It's not about anything other than we like some traditional storytelling. We like things the way that they were, and you can try and progress and move that way, but we're not coming with you, and our dollar isn't being spent there. So if you want to do that, if you want to support that, go to the movies and see that shit.
Hey, look, these people that do that, they're trying to turn their kids into something else anyway, right?
Again, I can already tell where that conversation is going before we even get there. But again, like we've listened to this like for what, 2 hours now. And as soon as they get off with one of these tangents about how dare people try to moralize to us, how dare people tell us how to think, 5 seconds later to 5 minutes later, they immediately switch and it's like, I want to be able to dictate to other people how they think. I want to be able to propagandize to them. I want to be able to tell people what they should or should not be able to do. Like, again, very angry, insignificant fucking clowns who hate the fact that they're insignificant clowns, and rather than doing something about it by improving themselves, they just take their hate out on other people.
I mean, that's not what we're doing.
Whatever they're trying to do, I have no interest in. And so that's why I'm saying, if you want to do that, don't do it. I have no interest.
No. You have plenty of interest in doing it. You have vocalized it multiple times during this X space. That's just an abject fucking lie. You very much want to be able to dictate to other people. You just don't like that other people own the culture. And I'm not going to say that there are times that I don't think that way either. But I don't think the remedy is shoving my own opinion down someone else's throat.
And guess what? The country voted. Had there not been, who knows how many fraudulent votes and
you can. Oh my God! I thought we were talking about a theater company.
And mail-in ballots and all kinds of other phooey going around in the election. How many people really voted to stop the fucking weird shit, right? How many people were just like, I'm tired of whatever the fuck this is, I'm voting this way.
That was the goddamn vote.
I'm gonna guess that it was
the
more than
midterms
70%
are really
going to
surprise them, right? Like, given the popularity polls that the administration has right now, basically using the government as their plaything to bribe and give handouts to their fucking friends. Like, nobody signed up for that fucking shit.
Legal voted fucking Trump.
Again, also, I thought we were talking about a theater company.
And then you had a whole bunch of people who were here illegally voted.
So let me tell you what I'm all in on, and I can come in on, and I've got some business partners that can, and I know you'll laugh when I say it.
Oh boy,
I want in on the popcorn shit, dude. You let me know. I'll come in 100% on the popcorn shit, and we'll talk about everything.
But
sorry, brother.
Sir, you already. This is
I got you, brother. I know.
You're already in the popcorn business. That's what I'm trying to tell people. You guys make 1,200% on every bucket of popcorn that you sell. Yeah, 50-50 split on tickets is great, but every motherfucker that buys a popcorn gives you 1,200% earnings. 1,200% per popcorn. Can you imagine if you pay down the debt, what money you'll be making? Because it's not just about being where you're at. It's about where it goes from here. If you pay down the debt now, if you hit the movie theaters in Q2 and get some debt reduced, if you get that earnings per share, if you get that PE ratio up, everything changes. And guess what? You pay down debt and you're making money like you wouldn't believe. You're not burning it paying interest. Nobody. This is like a credit card that you're like, God, I have so much money in my bank account because I have a great job. If I just didn't get behind in credit card debt when I was 20, well, yeah. The whole world would be fucking great if they didn't stick every 20-year-old with a fucking $100,000 worth of debt in student loan debt. Of course, that's a fucking $100,000 on a kid paying fucking 18% interest compounding, and he's sitting there going, I'm never getting out of debt. Well, kid, if you stay the fuck home with mom and dad and keep your job and they let you park at their house and you go and knock that fucking debt out and you're making 140 grand a year, you're gonna be fucking tits in fucking 5 years. But if you want to get an apartment because you need your privacy and you want to get laid and you want to go to the bar and come home at 2 a.m, you're fucked, bro. That's the trap. You moving out after college, not going home to live with mom and dad, thinking you're too good, having to pay, because it's a different time. It's a different time.
I thought we were talking about a theater company, guys. I'm really confused.
You must take care of your
children. Why did this turn into, again, political moralizing after he's talked about, I don't want to tell, people shouldn't be able to tell me what to do. Like, he is literally the thing that he's crying about right now. Literally the thing he's crying about right now. Talking about how people shouldn't be able to tell me what to do. I think Rage Against the Machine is about how my parents shouldn't be able to tell me to clean my fucking room.
That's a big amen there, brother. I promise you. I know that, man. So
yeah, but this is my debt now. This is my debt now. I have this debt on my books. This is my debt. People have to understand that. This is my debt. When I bought this share, this became my debt because this became my company. I'm an owner in this company. I own this as a business. You are not simply trading shares here. You are now a business owner. Stop thinking of yourself as a shareholder.
No, you have an interest in the company. You don't actually own it. The company is its own legal entity. If you walk into an AMC and say, oh, I have the X many AMC shares. I own this company. You should just give me a free fucking ticket. No, that's not how that works. You don't own the company. You have an equity interest in the company, and because of that, you can dictate certain things about the company, but you do not own the company. A corporation is its own legal entity. It's why when a CEO abuses their fiduciary duty, it doesn't matter how many shares that shareholder owns, they can file a lawsuit, a derivative lawsuit on behalf of the company. It's what happened with Elon when he did his fucking jerry-rigged payment package that he got all of his fucking bought out bitches on the board to sign off on. Like that's how that works. Like, just like, you do not own the company. Much like, not exactly like the bondholders, but on a different level. You have an interest in the company, an equity interest that gives you certain benefits, but you do not own the company.
Stop thinking of yourself as a person who's just like trading shit in a market of bullshit. Think of yourself and say, what's the best possible fucking business I can get it on, and how can I make it better? And then say, which one is the best opportunity to buy it? And then say, which one has the...
That's, yeah, what you should do. Too bad you didn't do that.
The best profit margins there is. It's fucking popcorn. And before this thing explodes, I get to get it on it.
Did I seriously hear that right?
With the movie, which one has the best profit margins there is? It's fucking popcorn. And before this thing explodes...
Popcorn has the best profit margins. No. Like, there's a reason why tech shoots off as much as it does. It's because the margins on selling services is fucking nothing. You build the code once, and you can sell it as many times as you want to, and you only need to keep a certain amount of people to maintain the program. Like, the highest margin company are, like, software companies. What the fuck? Crack? Like, did you just decide, like, the whole 8-ball was what you wanted to go for?
Loads, I get to get in on it. And if this thing makes a comeback with the movies, and I make $5.5 billion instead of $3 or $4 billion, I make an extra $1.5 billion. This thing was barely hanging on when it was making $3.8 billion. Barely hanging on. We made 4.6. We were close to break even. When we make $5.5 billion,
who is this we?
$5.6 billion. Record revenue, $5.6 billion this year. When that happens, this debt is going to get reduced. These numbers are going to change, and you're going to be sitting there thinking, why didn't I get more when it was lower? And that's just a reality of markets. That's experience talking to you saying, well, we didn't understand it at the time. I'm not buying the future of movies or gay or straight or black or white. I'm buying, you go ahead and watch whatever bullshit you want in there. We have 1 billion people, more than every sports team in America. All the attendance added up in all of the major sports in America do not equal the amount of people that walk through the movie theaters in a year. Take the NHL, the NBA, the Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, tennis, all of it. Every major sport in America, golf, add them all up, every ticket sold, and they do not equal.
Okay, but what's the average? What I wanted to say, one thing is that, you know, what I'm going to offer, and we'll talk behind the scenes. I'm going to alleviate you of all your popcorn expenditures. I'm going to come in and take care of that, but we'll talk about that later. I know it'll make you laugh, but here's the thing. So on those sports tickets and all that, what is the average price? And I'm not baiting you here, brother. I love you, so you know that. We talk on other Christian spaces. So here's the thing, though. So here's the thing. At Tarver, I love Tarver. My brother Jake down there. But here's the thing. So what is the average price of a ticket going into a theater? And the reason I'm mentioning that is because me and my son were talking last night, dude. If you go, and I know you do, or some people do, to an NHL game or a Major League Baseball game or anything, regular people just can't afford the shit. I'm like buying tickets that are, you know, several $100s a piece. What is the average ticket?
What fucking seats are you buying that you're spending several $100? Fucking what? And again, nothing says you have to go to the stadium. You can just watch it at home. Like, this is such a false equivalency from hell. I don't even.
This is a good thing. What is the average ticket to go into a movie theater? This should be a good selling point.
So the average price to go into a movie theater is $17.
Like these are two completely different. These are like two completely different experiences. Like, what? Like, this is trying to compare a theme park to a movie theater. Like, what are we doing here even?
That is why this exists. This is the greatest thing.
Oh, here comes the multi-level marketing
to ever exist. This is called AMC A-List. We are A-listing America. Okay, it is $75 for 3 months, and you can see 4 movies a week for free. If you pay $75 for 3 months. So it's $25 a month for basically all you can see movies, and you get half off basically on your popcorn and drinks. It's a bit above half off. So I would say a popcorn and a drink will cost you $12, and it's $25 for all you can see movies in a month. I never go more than twice a week. So unless there's the rare occasion that I want to like really jump in, but I see about 2 movies a week when there are 2 good ones, 1 movie a week when I really want to go and support the business. But I always spend, you know, $100 on popcorn and chocolate and merch when I can. That's because I'm doing this for my business. You do not have to do that.
Man,
you do not
talk about that sunk cost.
I get A-list. I take this A-list subscription. I pay $25 a month in A-list. One for me, one for my girlfriend. It's $50 a month. All you can see movies basically. Any format, Dolby, IMAX, no matter what, half off on your popcorn and drinks. So if anyone in the ethnic American movement wants an A-list, shoot me a fucking thing and be like, hey, I want to try this A-list, but I don't know if I'm ready. And I'll shoot you an A-list. I'll try and get you one. But you gotta promise me you're gonna buy a popcorn.
Are you looking for? You know? Are you looking for funding to kind of push those products, and are there points available on that? You already know what I'm about.
Multi-level marketing.
Yeah, there's points available.
I'm not talking about buying a ticket. I'm talking about inside the fishbowl.
Inside the fishbowl. You explain.
You know, funding some of these efforts you're after and getting some points back where, you know, possibly. Yes or no, the PE doesn't. The P to E doesn't get where it needs to be, and these types of things. And you're looking for some funding inside the fishbowl, and then.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, it's one. It's about if you want to be a part of this, I want you to be a part of this. And if you're not ready to understand what we're doing, I'll help you understand what we're doing. And if you're afraid to take that leap because you're like, movie tickets are expensive, I'll give you a $75 3-month pass. Go to as many movies as you like, as long as you.
I'm talking about funding. I'm talking about inside, funding the operation, brother.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what you mean. Like, am I looking for it? I don't have any involvement with the company other than
the show.
You know what I'm saying? I don't run AMC.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not a board member. I do this because I'm an
yeah. I got you now. I thought that we were able to possibly come in with a couple of $1 million bucks.
No, man, I'm not a board member. None of that stuff. I do this because I've got a history of being.
I get it. You are too. And you're really smart, so.
Yeah, I make a lot of money investing. So then I take that money and I invest in things that I think. What's weird is this is the best investment that I probably ever made. I've been in Nvidia. I've been in Tesla. Probably would have been my best. Nvidia definitely would have been my best. I pulled money early from those. I made a shitload of money off Advanced Micro Devices. I made a ton of money off.
Wow! Imagine if he had kept his money in Tesla and Nvidia instead of putting it in AMC. Fucking wow! That was a major goof. Wow.
It's going to be the greatest investment of the 21st century right here. I get to own movie theaters for bankruptcy level prices. 1,200% markups on popcorn. 700% markups on.
Hey guys. Why might it be at bankruptcy level prices? Probably because it might go bankrupt.
Soft drinks. And all I've got to do is wait for the movies to come back to life. And let me just say, it took a little bit longer than I thought because COVID took
that's okay though, because my best friend growing up,
it might not happen.
His family, how leveraged this shitco is. And there were 2 things that were margins the highest. One is soda. I mean, they could sell you $1 Coca-Cola back in the 80s or 70s. It cost them 10 fucking cents, right? And popcorn is no different, So that's obviously that is the margins there are undefeatable. So you're in the right place.
Oh, I know I am. You're in the right place now. Because if you're seeing what I'm seeing, then you're going to understand exactly how much money we're about to make. And if you go and look at first showing, just go type in the words here. I'll erase this. Everybody that's in here needs to do this. Okay, this is the important part of being an investor here. And this is what's so magical about being a part of this investment, okay? You get to see all the movies that are going to come out in 2026 before they come out. So you basically know how much money you're going to make before the fucking movies. You don't even understand. You know, because it's a predictable market. Now, I'm not saying there aren't hiccups or there aren't setbacks or there aren't, flops in movies or expectations, but usually the expectations for a movie are pretty spot on, okay? Rarely do you see a movie that comes out and people are like, oh my God, that franchise tanked. Really Pixar did this or Pixar did that or Disney made a movie and it shit the bed. Well, there's a reason they shit the bed and it happens and they have to fix that problem. But 90% of the time, I'd say more like 95% of the time, you know exactly how much in the ballpark that thing is going to make based on internet browsing and data gathering. You know exactly how many people are interested in that film. So it makes it super easy, when you know that, that Christopher Nolan's movie for the Odyssey sold out a year in advance. It's super easy, okay? This is the site, okay? You type in these words. Just type that in your web browser, and select that. Okay, first showing 2026. It's going to give you a list of everything that's been announced so far. Okay, and as you go through that list, pick out the ones that you think could make $1 billion or would be close to $1 billion, and then go to 2025 and make a comparison, and then go to 2024 and make a comparison, and then go all the way back to 2019 and be like, okay, this is Avengers Doomsday, and this comes out for Christmas, and the other Avengers movie made $1.6 billion. So how much will the new Avengers Doomsday movie make? Will it make $1 billion? Will it make 500 million? Or will it make what Avengers movies traditionally make, 1.3 to 1.5 to 1.6 to 2.3 with Avengers Infinity War? Will it make 2.3? Will it make 1.6? Will it make 1? Will it be the least? Will it be the shittiest performing Avengers movie of all time? I don't know. But I'm going to speculate and say that it's going to do at least 1.3 billion, right? The Odyssey with Christopher Nolan, billion. Moana, billion. Mario, billion. Michael Jackson, that's the question mark. Is Michael Jackson big enough to pull $1 billion worldwide? Or is Michael Jackson kind of like, hey, he was cool back in the 80s and he kind of is not really that popular now, so he's only going to do $400 million. The Mandalorian and Grogu, Star Wars movie. Just go down the list and you're going to start saying, holy shit, there's $1 billion here and $1 billion there and $1 billion there and 900 million there and 800 million there. And when you add it up, it's going to come out to like $10.5 billion. And last year we did 8.9
Trust me, bro,
billion
number
dollars.
math
This was last year,
in
okay?
Get ready here, guys. We got trust me, bro, math at the whiteboard. Trust me, bro, math at the whiteboard.
Last year we did 8.9. Now I think we're going to do 10.5. They say we're going to do 9.9. Okay, so somewhere between this range. Now they said we were going to do 9.3 last year, and they were wrong. Why were they wrong? Because Michael Jackson was moved into this year. Mortal Kombat was moved into this year. Had Michael Jackson and Mortal Kombat been here, guess where we would have been? $9.3 billion. So they took $400 million plus potentially in expectations, and they just moved it. So they said, you didn't hit your targets. No, you moved the fucking movies. You moved the fucking movies, and the expectations went down, and the expectations didn't change, but you moved the movies, and the number went down. So what happens if you have
the movies as if this was some sort of organized plan, like fucking
an extra 400 and let's say $50 million on this year's quarter four? Well, now instead of losing $40 million, you make $250 million. Whoa, wait a minute. Did we just have earnings per share in quarter four? Yeah, we would have. Had Michael Jackson and Mortal Kombat stayed put in October, you're talking about a difference of $450 million at the domestic box office. We make $200 million of that at the domestic box office because we're AMC. And guess what? We make $100 million in popcorn and merchandise. And you're looking at like, hey, operating expenses and all this other stuff. Hey, you made $250 million that quarter. How did this happen?
Just the spooks. There's nobody here that's going to eat cheap popcorn and look at niggers, dude. They're not going to. They're not going to do it, right?
Dude, what? Oh no. I Oh, that happened. I think that's a good place for an intermission. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness, that just the guy who was talking about segregating movies is just dropped an N-bomb. Well done. Well fucking done. All right. We're in the home stretch. We cannot get much worse than someone dropping the N bomb, in Soika's space. I don't think we can get much worse than that. Couldn't.
Right.
Listen, in the ethnic American space, you could say
Forgive
that all
me.
you
Oh,
want,
forgive me.
okay?
Forgive me. No, forgive me. So
Yeah. Chris Soika, the Jews are evil. I don't like the Islamists in my Christian country. But he knows he's trying to sell people on buying AMC. So can't use the N-word. Just can't. That ruins the whole thing. We got to make sure that we got to make sure we make our quotas here. So we can't be using the N-word. Maybe when we're off the air, then you can use the N-word, derogatorily, but like not when we're live. That really makes people look at us like we're actually the racists that we actually are. Can't be doing that.
forgive me. So here's the thing.
I understand. Listen, I understand white people very well.
No, forgive me. Forgive me. No, forgive me. I'm an econ guy.
No. This whole interaction is amazing. Fucking amazing. Like, it's so obvious they agree with each other on the use of the slur, but Soika's got to pretend like he's offended. It's amazing. Like, fucking.
I love you, and I'm there with you, and I would come in with money to help to work with you on this. But until they change that woke shit, I don't know that anybody's gonna fucking cares how cheap popcorn is, brother. I love you, man. I do, man. But
yeah, well, listen, it's anybody in the world, right? We have Canadians who own this, we have Europeans who own this, we have people in South America who own AMC shares, which is really weird when you're like, people in South America own AMC stock, and it's like, oh shit, like even these people want to own some AMC stock. But you can own it for $1. You could promote this. You could be like, hey man, I'm gonna get my kids, my grandkids to all go to an AMC theater, and I'm gonna tell everybody to go fucking get A-listed and buy popcorn and drink. Because here's the thing, it all comes back to you anyway. Once you buy them an A-list and get them buying popcorn and drinks, it's like
the popcorn is really good. Uh-oh. What happened? Did X just decide to throw a hissy fit? Did X decide to throw a hissy fit? Oh, I know where this is, so let's see if we can go find it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what you mean. Like, we are pretty spot on. Okay, things that I think. What's weird is this is the best investment.
that are, several hundred.
Making $3.8 billion, barely hanging on.
Where were we?
We made 4.6. We were close.
I like that the stream crashed right about the time that that the N bomb was dropped. That can't be having that. X was even like, "No, we got to cut this down." None of that.
You could be like, hey man, I'm gonna get my kids, my grandkids to all go to an AMC theater, and I'm gonna tell everybody to go fucking get A-listed and buy a popcorn and drink. Because here's the thing, it all comes back to you anyway. Once you buy them an A-list and get them buying popcorn and drinks, it's like the PE ratio. Yeah, I made a $75 investment in you, but they're gonna spend $250 a quarter at AMC theaters on themselves, a date, their kids, whatever, soft drinks and popcorn. And all of a sudden you made a $75 investment into your son. He's going to get one for his wife. He's going to get one for his kids. All of a sudden popcorn and drinks are coming in. Maybe the kid wanted some merchandise. Maybe he wanted a freaking a Spider-Man backpack or a toy or something like that. But at the end of the day, you're not going like, well, I don't want to spend this money at this business. It's your fucking business. Of course you want to spend money at your business. You want your kids to spend money at your business. And when that business pays off, they will inherit your shares. When that day comes, when we are in heaven, with our Lord and Savior, that I will pass my shares on to my kids. So it all comes back to me. It all goes back to my kids.
Ooh, what? What the fuck?
And then it'll go to their kids. This isn't about making money next week, guys. This
Yes,
isn't about
it
making
is
money
the
next
same
month.
stuff
This is
Moran
about
says.
owning the movie theaters for the rest of fucking time. This is
With
about owning
less
the popcorn business for the rest of time. This is about
religiosity,
owning the
overt
merchandise that comes off of those
religiousness.
movies for the rest of time. No matter how many movies are created, we are the controllers of the merchandise in the movie theaters. We control the popcorn. We control the drinks. And guess what? There's nothing anybody can do to stop us. Once we get that free, and then we go into streaming, we go into production, we turn this into we take this from a $5 billion business into a $25 billion business. And if you think I'm fucking lying, just go look at Netflix. It's a shitty company.
Maybe that is the real
all the competition in
analogy.
the world
Like,
and remains a
Soika
$20
isn't
billion
Michael.
a year business. Because people don't even watch Netflix. They just forget to cancel the
Soika isn't Michael. He's a more racist Morantz. Maybe that's more accurate.
subscription. It has sat there for 4, 5, 6 months, and people are like, "Oh, I just didn't cancel it." There's people I know for a fact who are like, "When's the last time you watched Netflix?" Like, 7 months ago. Like, you subscribe still? Like, well, yeah, of course. It's like cable, right? How often do you watch cable? You still fucking got it, right? Gotta have it if you're having your internet package. I still have cable. I haven't watched cable in 5 years. Okay, it's the same thing with Netflix. It's like something you gotta have. I don't know why you need it, but you gotta have it. So, once we get into streaming, we'll have this A-list $25 a month package tied to the streaming package. Any movies we make, you can see in theaters. Any movies anybody makes, you can see in theaters. But any movies we make that you miss in theaters, you can now see at home on our streaming site. And that will be the AMC A-list will be the entertainment package of the future. It will blow everyone.
So you can catch me at Marco De Boca at Telegram if you want to call me. And I don't hide. You can fucking catch me there, and I'll come in on something, and we can talk about it. I think you got some interesting points. And
shoot me a DM.
I'll do it, brother. I'll do it, brother. I love you. And the others, all the other spaces.
Oh yeah, I love you.
I love you too, man. Listen, again, I've grown up in the South Side of Chicago.
But I'm a businessman. I'm an older businessman, so I have to ask certain things. And I think you got a lot going on, and I like it. I just think we should talk about it in the back channels because I don't like people that poke holes.
Yeah, we got to talk about in the back
I
channels where
I
I
talked
can
to my
use
son
the
and my wife
N-word.
about it. I'm like, hey, listen, don't poke holes in my goddamn ideas. Let's talk about it. So anyway, I love you, brother.
Sure.
So I want to come in. I want to come in, but I want to talk about some other things. So, and I've got some partners too, and they're in this space, by the way. So
this is a video specific for my AMC shareholders. I love the EA movement. I am an ethnic American. I believe in basically, most of the ethnic American stuff. We're in different places on certain things, but like you know where
What the fuck is
I
that?
just don't. I've heard it all. I've heard it at my dinner table. I've heard it at fucking my relative's house. I've heard it at fucking school growing up. I've heard it my entire life. I don't pretend that I don't know what racism is or haven't heard someone say it. It's I don't care about it. I don't care that people can say it. I have a personal. My face is on this app. My name is on this app. So in order to protect myself, I don't want to be associated with anything that could get me fired from a job or hurt anyone's feelings or anything like that. In my personal life, trust me, I hear it all the fucking time. People say shit to me every fucking day. When I watch shit on the news, people say it to me at work. Who feel
he doesn't want to get
and there's people who say, "Oh, I would never say something like that." My personal take on it is, I don't know how people feel about it. I'm not fucking saying that word, but I definitely have feelings on fucking race and sexism and my fucking
I'm
people.
sure you've expressed
hey,
a
we're talking
lot
about.
of them.
Hey, listen, we're talking about AMC right now. So
Yeah.
no,
No shit. I thought we were talking about a theater company, guys.
yes, brother.
I understand. Trust me. I'm a white guy from the South Side of Chicago. There's a complete understanding of where you stand, and there's a complete understanding on the South Side of Chicago with where you stand. But it's not. We're mixing business and politics and personal opinion.
Oh yeah, that you've been doing this entire.
Gotcha. And I like the business aspect, and that's really what I want to talk. Where I'm going to come in with my money is the business side, not that other stuff. So.
And between me and you, I don't care. Like I have black people who come to these spaces all the time. They're not my enemy. Most of these people are these people are good, hardworking people who just want a better life too. And how that plays out in the future with politics has nothing to do with making the business great and making me rich, right? When Donald Trump is president, or the next guy's president, or the next guy's president, we can go down that road of deportations and fucking who belongs. That's not this. That is not what this is about. This is not about that.
Like the guy who was talking about he didn't want to see people coming into the country to get a better life because it's his country. Yeah, sure. Like, you're okay with kind of playing this like fucking. I can't even call it tippy toe shit because they just outright said it. But like when it gets to like using actual slurs, that apparently is the line.
I'm not trying to be like, you can't own this because it's a these people only thing. That's just not. That's just not. the case.
No,
Business is
dude. So
business is business.
Oh my goodness,
all
this
money
is
is
the
money.
last
that only
like
came-
15
And anybody
minutes
who
is
wants to
gonna be
make money
them
with
arguing.
AMC
Yeah.
shareholders, more
So
than welcome.
that only came up because nobody's going to go keep seeing woke movies, right? That was.
Yeah, no, we're in total
What
agreement.
does the
We avoid them
fucking
like the plague.
N-word have to
So
do with woke
we just go see something
movies?
else twice.
Thank you,
We see
brother.
something that-
Thank you so
that-
much, brother.
just
It's been a
annoying.
great presentation, my man. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the only way to fight back, man. If I don't want to see something, I don't watch it, and you reserve the right to spend your money on the things that you want to watch. I'm not telling anybody. Like I'm gonna go see Mario tomorrow, and I'm hoping that Mario is still an Italian song out there. So
I don't
I
think
hope.
you
I don't
have to
know, maybe
worry
won't,
about
maybe-
that.
So I don't know. You know, like it's just the way the world's going. You either go with the flow or you fight back. And I've always been a guy who fights back. Like I want to. You know, I again, Sinner. I think Sinners won. Like Michael B. Jordan won Best Actor. Like good for you. You guys loved your movie. You guys loved your movie. Sinners was a black movie for black people, and they loved their movie, and it was great. It was they thought it was a great movie, and the Academy thought it was a great movie. And I went and saw it, and I was like, okay, it's a good movie. It doesn't blow me away, but you guys think this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm happy for you. I'm not like, well, you shouldn't see it. It's not as good as I thought. You know, like who gives a fuck what I think? You guys thought it was great, fantastic. Have a great time at the movie theater. You know, buy popcorn and a drink, respect the people around you, and have a great day. You know, don't start beating the fuck out of each other because you have a disagreement. Don't steal shit and don't fuck me up. I'm just that's it. That's really all there is to it. You know, I don't need the hood coming into fucking my neighborhood just beating my ass because I'm in a movie theater.
Well, we're in the South, dude. We have the Second Amendment, so we don't have any problems with that shit. But I get it.
You know, the only people that have guns up here are the people.
This is
who
being
That's true.
really
I'm sorry.
instructive.
Hey, listen, come down here and I'll take care of you, brother.
demographic
Trust me.
of
I'll take you
Soika's
fishing,
group
and nobody
here.
will fuck with you. You'll be really happy for.
I appreciate that we had this space so we can better understand the people who Soika kind of goes around with. As if his X feed, you know, just doesn't spell it out for you.
While you're down here, man. So.
Yeah, no, I got you. But yeah, this is all business, and I'd love for all of you guys to make money, and I'd love for you guys to see what I see and envision what I envision, and I wish people the best, man. Like you know, the general always says it best. He goes, people will call me a racist, but like if I say I want the best for Mexican people, I just want them in Mexico, then then people call me like a hater, and he's like, but if I say I want what's best for white people and I want white people to be in America, people still call me racist. And if I want Polish people to do what's best for them and to stay in Poland. I just want them in Mexico. Then people call me like a hater, and he's like, but if I say I want what's best for white people and I want white people to be in America, people still call me a racist.
'Cause it is. As if white people are the only people that can live in America. Like, that is the racist thing that you said. You just uttered it as if that was just some casual statement to make. After you just got done scolding someone for using the N-word. You just gotta spell it out right there. And again, Polish people to stay in Poland. As if Polish people aren't white. Oh, I get it. It's because they're Slavic and they're just kind of subhuman, right? Fuck this guy. I am so happy that he lost all his money in AMC.
I want Polish people
he fucking
to do what's best for
deserves
them
it.
and to stay in Poland. Then I'm a racist, right? Like there is no winning that
So,
conversation.
hey,
right?
so
It's not something you can-
if you were to summarize, to wrap up, or I'm not saying you are wrapping up. If you were to summarize,
I am wrapping
okay.
up,
So
for sure.
like one or two bullets, like PDE or something. What would you on your whiteboard? What would you just one or two bullets? What would you tell AMC investors to look for if you just had one or two bullets?
The most important thing is quarterly EPS for the next quarter. Not quarter one, quarter two
you're not gonna be
EPS
seeing
will be
any
the
of
indicator
that.
for how strong the company is moving forward, and it will show you just how many shareholders are contributing on a high level. If that number is, it'll be positive, but whether it's 25 cents or 75 cents will change the company forever.
Multi-level
So
marketing
If it's 25
talk.
cents, you probably got another 6 months before there's a breakout. If it's 75 cents, there's got to be no containing this situation because you're going to have $1 stock that makes 75 cents EPS in quarter two, rolling into quarter three, which has the best July movie lineup I've ever seen. in history.
Are you
got
willing to
so much
publish something that we
dilution.
could look forward to
How are
watch
you
for
going
that?
to make 75 cents a share in EPS? Like, what? What? Like, what? Popcorn's not that good. Like, what? This is just Fantasyland shit.
Come back in. I'm not challenging you, brother, but
No, not at all. I mean, like, yeah, no, I love. I mean, I've written articles. I just am so slow that by the time I write them, I have a new idea. And I'm like, I seem so outdated.
I was going to say slow does not describe you, brother, at all. You're.
Well, when it comes to
Oh,
writing
I
something
would
that want
agree that slow definitely describes him, but I don't think we're talking about the same kind of slow.
people to understand, and like, it's like, but I also have to add that, And then like, well, what about this? How important is this? And like, are they really going to get it if I just kind of hit them with this small amount? Maybe I should add another paragraph. And it gets to the point where I start adding and subtracting to the point where it's better if I do like an hour and a half long video for people who want to listen. That way, if anyone has a question, they can be like, well, what about that? Like you said PE ratio. And I'm like, oh, I'd love to talk about the PE ratio and how that could change everything, right? That's like a super important metric.
Absolutely, man.
But it's not that time, right? It's like, that's not the thing we're looking at right now because it doesn't even exist. We don't even have a PE ratio. Isn't a PE ratio because of COVID.
I hate PE ratio so much. Like, it tells you absolutely nothing about the company. It's just the earnings as a ratio of the share price. And yeah, I can tell you if the company is kind of expensive or not, but like, you're leaving out a whole lot about the company, especially the balance sheet. That's why I prefer enterprise value. It gives you much more information, to use enterprise to earnings, because it gives you a broader picture of the company as a whole. And I just hate PE so much. I'm not a big fan.
In 6 months, that is going to be the emerging topic, is PE. And that's when, like you said, the algorithms will kick in and shit will start to happen. But that can either kick in quick with Q2, or that can kick in slow with like, yeah, you made a little bit of money, but you haven't convinced us that you're really going to be an EPS company for the year, right? Now, if you get to Q3 and you have more strong EPS, pay down some debt, you get to Q4, you have some more strong EPS. Now you've got a story of like, hey, these guys have been profitable for 3 quarters. And even though they didn't have this massive quarter along the way, they've been able to string together a sequence of wins that makes us think that they're not going to really be negative going forward as a company, which allows them to then reprice the stock.
Yeah.
Me personally, it's like, if you hit them hard in Q2, popcorn drinks, A-listing people, A-listing America, we decapitate.
Yeah.
Hey,
I want to
make sure
thank
that
you
you
for putting
get
up with me, brother.
in. Make sure that you get in on their little fucking pyramid scheme, their little AMC multi-level marketing scheme of A-listing America. We'll all get rich if you A-list and then your friends A-list and your friends A-list and we just build this pyramid, then we'll all be rich.
Love you. We see you in other spaces. I want to thank you for putting up with me. I'm a big econ guy, and I do this a lot of times in other spaces. Thank you so much, man. So,
if you're a big econ guy,
well,
you
God
might
bless
want
you,
to
brother.
find a different.
You too, brother. I love you, man.
Closing statement. Love you back. Closing statements. First showing 2026. The expectations are 9.9 billion. Okay, we have a bunch of movies that haven't been announced yet for August, September, October. A lot in November and December are going to come out in the next 2 or 3 months. You're going to start seeing that fill up. You've got 25 movies coming out in the next 2 weeks. So if you go look at first showing and you see the end of March, there's a comment on Twitter that says, why the fuck would you guys put so many movies out at the end of March when you have October, November, December to release these movies? And it's like, you don't understand. These are last minute announcements. And there's going to be last minute announcements in August, and there's going to be last minute announcements in September, and in October, in November, in December. It only grows the closer you get to that time. It's the real big studios that get to announce their film a year in advance and say, I'm sticking a flag right in this weekend. If anyone tries to fuck with me, I'm going to annihilate you. Because I get the Dolby, I get the IMAX, I get all the premium large format screens for that weekend. So don't announce your movie on my movies weekend. I'm guaranteed to get $200 to $300 million domestically. You don't want to play around with this weekend unless you're counter what I am, right? Like if you're a Godzilla versus Kong movie and that's your weekend, hey, maybe a rom-com wants to sneak in and be the big rom-com for that weekend. So, go to first showing, check out the movie lineup. The comparisons here, 9.9. We made $8.9 billion last year at the domestic box office. We're a clear $1 billion ahead of that. This was the expectation. A lot of those movies slid over into Q2 of this year. One of them slid into Q4, which was Digger, Inarritu movie, Tom Cruise, expected to be the big October movie. I don't see it like that. I see it being more like $200 million, $300 million, not a $1 billion movie. But it's the genre and the time more than anything. But that's still a great return for that movie. There's other good ones in October. November, the Thanksgiving lineup is pretty solid. And then you go into Avengers, Doomsday, and Dune to close out the year, and it's just going to fucking be the best December we've had in I don't know how long. That's going to be absolutely epic. So this is what you're looking at. And the inevitability is that we're going to show profits. How much profits are we going to show? That's going to depend on the AMC shareholders. That's going to depend on us and if we want to go support the business, because we're going to be profitable. We're going to be profitable in Q2. How profitable are we going to be is dependent on us, okay? Every dollar you spend is a dollar towards the debt. It's a dollar towards wiping away debt. It's a dollar towards earnings per share. And if we collectively go to the movies together and support the movies, we will annihilate these people on the balance sheet. Shorts will be annihilated. The market makers who are corrupt in doing this will be annihilated. The banks who are backing this play will be annihilated. And no, this is not market manipulation. Bringing a stock down to $1 is market manipulation. Trying to put companies out of business so that you can take over their infrastructure and own the movie theaters through a bankruptcy surrender is market manipulation. What I'm doing is telling people who own the stock that in order to improve the value of the stock, all you have to do is go see some fucking movies. You don't have to buy a car. You don't have to buy a Tesla to make Tesla go up. You don't have to go and fucking buy an NVIDIA graphics processor computer or fucking, buy tons of shit off Amazon. You literally just have to go to a fucking movie theater, sit your fat ass in a fucking chair, buy a popcorn and a drink, and relax. That's it. That's it. You can
the
be
good
rich
thing. The good thing about NVIDIA and Tesla and, well, I don't know so much about Tesla, but Amazon or any of these companies that actually make money is I don't have to worry about buying shit because the company makes money. I don't have to fucking do anything. Your fucking broke ass multi-level marketing horse crap is to get people into your stupid fucking meme stock cult. Like, real investors don't have to do that shit.
Fucking 6 months, year and a half. That's it. You have to sit your fat ass in a fucking chair with your kids and relax. If that is the hardest thing you have to do to make yourself a fucking multimillionaire and you can't do that, then I can't fucking help you. Okay? God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you for coming up. It was a great conversation. I love these conversations. Thank you, General, for coming over here and pulling your audience. I love that guy. I love the ethnic American movement. God bless you guys. Have a great night.
Ethnic American movement. Like, that's... I'm curious.
You expect your the ultimate
what the fuck is ethnically American even mean? Do I want to know? Oh, I bet it is. Sure looks like it is. America is our birthright, founded by ethnic Americans. Heirs of the brave pioneers who risked everything. Oh, shit. I guess I'm not even an ethnic American because my parents, my parents came here in the 1800s. Or, whatever. About us. Do I really want to know what you were about? Defending and revitalizing the distinct ethnicity of the ethnic American, whatever the fuck that is. The criteria for American citizenship limiting it to oh. Well, we got there. It was exactly what I thought it was. You can only be a citizen American of America if you're white and of good moral character. Whatever the fuck that means. Wow. Like I said, like Soika tries to pretend like he isn't like some bigoted piece of shit, but he'll spell it out for you if you just give him the chance. Anyway, so I mean, we spent some time while he was yammering on. We found 2 good companies. I mean, maybe I'll take a deeper look at YALA and buy into that possibly. That was looking pretty good. NENX was pretty all right. It's kind of undervalued, but it's also not got as good of a return on equity, which is why it's cheap. So, might just be a set and watch on that one. But we learned some things. We actually found some real companies that make money. So, I think this was productive. We'll see you for Saturday's normal show. Tomorrow, well, this evening. I'm so fucked on sleep. So, I'll catch you around. I'm going to finish this whiskey and go to bed.